Okay. I should be live now. Okay, good. Let's get on in there. So the Digimon demo of the central town, so you can keep farming. I see. And then they called the ultimate and above models to prevent data mining. Even the list got leaked. Okay. That's interesting. Right, they called them, but the list is leaked anyways. Oh, it is what it is. Let's get on in here first. Alright. Wait, give me a sec. Okay. Let me claim this stuff here. Alright, we'll get our Snowbreak stuff done first. And then we'll move on to the other things. Alright, we got quite the backlog built up. So we're gonna go through the backlog. Okay. What do we need here? Alright, personal file. Honestly though, with like the Digimon game, I'll try to apply for it on Keymailer, but if I don't get it from Keymailer, I probably won't touch it. They're asking for way too much for what they put out. Honestly. And it's not really that interesting or interesting enough for a turn-based game compared to some of the other stuff I've played before. So it's just like, if I can get it for free, sure, I'll try it. From Keymailer. Otherwise, yeah. Because it's not worth the amount they're asking for. But yeah, that is interesting though. When you attempt DNA Digivolution for Ultimate, it just crashes. That is interesting. They just won't let you.
Time to play my game.
Wait, so how crazy did people go with grinding to even get there? People must have gone crazy with the grinding then. To do that stuff. Right, people must have gotten crazy with the grinding. Otherwise they wouldn't have found out, probably. That's interesting either way though. That like, yeah. Then again, like 2 weeks ago I saw on Reddit someone was trying, grinded the prologue for Trails in the Sky First Chapter Remake, and they have a full, the full party at level 45. For some reason. They grinded the entire party to level 45. Which is kinda crazy. Okay, we got hero games and we got this hard mode. Yes, we'll do hard mode. I will use Jade Arc. Alright, let's get hard mode done. Or actually, yeah, it doesn't matter what I use. Alright, let's get on in. There's the 5.4 ToF trailer and stuff out as well. So look at what we got there as well. Okay, what buffs do I want? Wait, why do I not have a cooldown on my skill? That is so weird. Because I'm not killing anything.
It's nothing. Not a problem.
Alright. Okay, I want to get shield stack. Oh, that was still alive. Okay, I can use both of those abilities as well. And then you got people whining about Woken DI, whining about AB. Yeah. I know, it's just crazy, man. It's like, it's been a thing for decades. And then, yeah. It is what it is, man. I think the problem is just the weird labels and shit that they're putting. Rather than the other part. Not the male-female character select. But rather what they're calling it as. Cause yeah, I do think it is silly. Alright, let's see. Gotta kill the next wave. Oh yeah, I can technically make use of crit damage. So I'll take the crit damage.
Change anything.
Right, thankfully this version of Chenshin can like use basically any kind of buff.
This should be quick.
Those are all useless buffs though.
Shield down. Moving to cover. It's nothing. Not a problem.
Alright, I'm just gonna keep spamming this anyways. Alright, let's see. I'll take that. I'll take that. I don't have that many bullets, so there's no point in taking the bullet per magazine one, but...
Nothing to
Alright, time to just keep killing these guys. Alright, because we gotta get our Snowbreak stuff done.
Nothing to be afraid of. Shield down.
Alright.
Cover.
We can get... Oh wait, that wasn't... What the hell? Why did it rearrange the thing there? That is so Pavega. I got the wrong one.
Thanks.
Right, it's like it rearranged the order my things showed up in there. I'm like, bruh. That is not the one I wanted. Wave 7 now.
It's nothing. Not a problem. Shield that doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. This should be quick. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. Nothing to be afraid of.
Alright, let's see. Oh, that one could be useful now. The rage enhancement. But I think wave... Yeah, this is the last wave, right?
Should be quick. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. Shield down. Moving to cover.
Thanks for the like, Elias.
Shield breaking your opponents again. It's nothing. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to. Shield down. Moving to cover.
Shit, I'm almost dead.
I saw how it would end for you. Shield down. Moving to cover. Thanks. Shield down.
Alright, gotta kill Hella.
Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry.
What do you mean? It's 12 AM here. It's 12 AM where I am too. There is no sunrise.
I saw how it would end for you.
It's 12 AM. What sunrise? It's 12 AM. But yeah, here we go. Got 60+% of the damage. What else do we need to get done here for Snowbreak? Oh. That was easy. But yeah, no, it's 12 AM where I am. It is 12 AM here too. And I'm still AC blasting. Even though it's almost the middle of September. But yeah. I'm AC blasting still. Cause yeah. One sec. What else do I need to get done here? I don't, but it got warm enough where I turned on the AC again. It's like 20 degrees or something outside. So the AC is on again. Okay, am I done with all the missions here? Actually? I guess until next week. I am. Okay, this is available now. Okay. Decreases their chaos and kinetic resistance. Oh. I see how it is. Yeah, kinetic damage there. What else do I want here? I guess I just run this. Because I don't know what else I'm gonna run here. it's dead. Then I gotta do the other one. Next difficulty. Really? But which Frito? Which Frito though? There's like 3 of them though. That's why I said which Frito. Because there's 3 of them. There's 3 of them. So it's like, which one? Let me show you. There's that one. There's this one. And then there's this one. See? Which one? Yes. Okay then. But honestly, it felt kinda just average or like kinda just basic for a turn-based game. You got your 3 on the thing there, nothing special there. Right? So like for the ones that have it like where they have like the regular turn order like that, nothing special there. Like it is cool that you can go upgrade and downgrade your Digimon with a Digivolution thing. That was cool. How the game booted up and handles display scaling resolution stuff, not great. There was a couple bugs that I saw with the my screen getting like bored that I had to relaunch the game one time. The demo was short, but honestly, from what I played, it's not worth the amount they're asking for. Definitely not. Like if it was like 30-40 US dollars or whatever, and it will come with the stuff that they're gonna add in next year, sure. But for 70 US dollars, and it's incomplete and you have to buy the other half after or whatever, no. Like they're asking too much for it. Like it's cool for what it is, but it's not worth what they're asking. Maybe I'll play more if I can get it from Keymailer or something. If I have to actually buy it, nah. Not for that price. Like, they're just asking too much. For it. But yeah. Oh yeah, that stuff isn't opened up yet. So we don't have to deal with that yet. Oh yeah, wasn't there like a Snowbreak preview or something I didn't see yet? Let me see. Let me go to the Snowbreak YouTube channel and we can give it a look. Oh yeah, here we go. They have, we didn't see these ones. This one, these two. I guess you might as well give them a look. What is this? Oh, never mind. That's just game music.
The
Alright.
sky, the sea.
Oh wait, they're actually bringing the voices back?
Here I come.
Wait, are they actually bringing English voices back? That's cool. I guess they're finally bringing them back. After so long, we're actually getting it back.
Adjutant, mind watching my clothes?
Eyes wandering off, Adjutant.
Did they
Here,
get new-
keep those eyes safe from the sun.
New voice
As for
actors?
myself, ah, how refreshing.
What? What are they? Why are they stripping?
Adjutant!
Okay.
Adjutant!
You got melons there.
My tickled. Oh, is that the adjutant's swim trunks?
Okay.
Then I'm taking mine off too.
What
Where
the
did
hell?
the adjutant go? Darling, nice and cozy under the parasol, huh? That said, think fast.
Okay.
Fine if it gets wet. Our love blazes like the sun, and nothing can douse it. Come swim with me, darling.
Okay then.
Adjutant, want to play something else?
Oh, and that's... Okay. They're gonna have a broadcasting with a patch there, I guess. Cool. Alright then. Another swimsuit update is coming. There we have it. That's what they're doing. It looks like they're actually bringing back English voices. It's just the girls. I just take whatever they give me for free. Not like I actually swipe or whatever. Skins are paid. Right. If they give me shit, I have it. If not, I don't have it. That's kind of how things go. But like, yeah. They just rotate whatever is for sale every patch. They add some new ones, resell some old ones, but yeah. Yeah, you gotcha. Look, you get the characters, but then the other stuff is the other stuff. Right, the other stuff is other stuff. Anything else here? Oh yeah, we can do hero games. Surely someone's doing these. Surely. And I know I got a bunch of reacts to do. So we'll get those done shortly. After we do the ToF stuff. It'll be a React Fest again.
Objective
Okay.
complete, all according to plan.
I'll take the shield one. I'll take that. Damn, I don't get anything to give me reduced cooldown.
Not enough to change anything.
Okay. Those are dead. Spawn the next
Should be
set.
quick.
I showed a manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome.
Reloading.
Okay. Yeah, I can't even select buffs anymore because when they change it to just have you pick the buffs at start, no more shop.
I saw how it would end for you.
And dead. Easy. Okay. I guess we can do another one. Right, we need to fill time for like another 2 more minutes. We'll look at that shortly. We're gonna look at that when we get to ToF section. I saw some screenshots, but yeah, we'll look at that shortly. Don't worry. Alright. Let's see our first victim. What?
Not enough.
Return of what? What Eevee? Oh, you mean English voices? That's interesting. I do wonder though, cause like, it sounded like they have new voice actors. So like, I do wonder how that'll play out with the old ones as well. Will it be like a jarring shift?
Not enough to change.
But that's cool that they got a new set. If they do bring us a new set of English voices. We'll see.
Shield down. Moving to cover.
Could be interesting.
I saw how it would end for you.
And that's dead. There we go. But yeah, we just saw the trailer for the preview thingy a few minutes ago. And we're just about done with the Snowbreak the quota for the stream quota. Okay, cool. Anything else that I need? But yeah, that's good if they are bringing them back. Then we won't have to skip through story anymore. Or I won't have to read through everything manually anymore. And I'll just let it autoplay. That'll be great. Especially for when there's like story in the stages and it's like, I don't understand what they're saying because the subtitles or whatever sometimes don't appear. Or they go by too quickly. Right? But yeah. Also have everything in here. So I wonder if they're gonna expand again to the Paradoxical Labyrinth, because I'm basically done with the stuff there again. Because, yeah. That's just what happens. Oh yeah, I forgot I just had 30 of these hoarded up. Don't know what I'm gonna use it on though. We'll just let them stay there for now. But yeah, ToF time now. Alright, time to do ToF stuff. I really wish they would change the stuff in there for the CC program for streaming. Because, like, basically trying to bottleneck things into, like, 30-minute to an hour-long sessions. Instead of, like, doing nicer, longer ones with everything grouped up is kind of painful in Pepega. But it is what it is. That's just how they want it, I guess. Oh well. It is what it is. Alright, time to boot up ToF. Let me get my alt booted up too.
The deep space is right at.
But yeah, I see you guys sent me some interesting things on the React section. Yeah, who knows? But my guess, the main point is to facilitate selling more character skins. That's probably why they're doing it. Mainly to keep selling skins. Right, if they release more characters per patch, double the characters, double the skins. Because that's basically what their main monetization stuff is from anyways. They just sell more skins. Which, hey, if you like what they put out, good for you. Yeah, it's more so because, like, 30-minute is, like, the minimum requirement for it to count. And they want 20 days. But they also want 40 hours total. So, like, the weird BS that I'm, like, dealing with to, like, get it all to fit. It is what it is. Really wish they would rework it, man. Oh well. Alright, we got this stuff here. My alt has what? What does my alt have? Enemies network, advanced combat mechas, rift drone, heavy armor guards. Okay. That's simple and easy enough. Time to swing on over. Alright. Just gotta swing all the way on over. Claim these over here. Alright, gotta warp myself over. Someone was around here recently. Because the things I'm trying to kill are dead. Some of them. Yeah, they are dead. Alright, what's today's join off then? Oh, it's that. Okay. I'll do my join ops first then. We'll do those. But yeah, we should have the 5.4 preview to look at. Well, the Chinese version. We'll look at that in a bit. Alright, let's head on over. Alright, let me go. Oh, I missed it. Whatever. Always nice that we can just skip and fly to the end. Well, of course, major patch. That means we'll get drops on global too. Right, it means we'll also have drops. So that'll be nice. But that's still a ways away. That's still more than a month away for global. Right, for global, that basically means we gotta wait a month and a half. We gotta wait a month and a half. Well, it is what it is. So, you got time to save and everything. Alright, time for advanced combat mechas. Oh shit. Accidentally swung in there. I do wonder though if that East 8 mobile remake will ever come. It's like, where the hell has it been? It's been like 6 years now since it was announced. It's like, what happened to it? Like, I really wonder what happened to it. I wonder. New Origin Award season's tomorrow, right? Yeah, it's tomorrow. Okay, cool. The East 8 mobile remake. But yeah. I guess I'll pull up like a trailer or whatever as a refresher. But like, it's not like you haven't heard music from that game before. It's not like you haven't already, you know? Because you definitely have heard music from the game before. Who knows, man? Maybe someone can look them up if they're at TGS or something. You know what's funny though? Like, the freaking band for the developers of the original game were at TGS last year. They were the company that made the original game, not the Chinese company that was licensed to do the remake. And they had a freaking band performance at TGS last year. You can like even find videos of like that people took of it. But yeah. But yeah, I'll pull it up in a bit. As a refresher. But yeah, I see that people sent me a decent amount of React things to look at. Oh yeah, I didn't look at the Mega Malamar yet. We were going to do it yesterday, but like after the Digimon thing, but like issues happened, right? I don't think we looked at the Malamar one yet. Because of the issues after I finished the demo. But it is what it is. Okay. Now that we're done with that thing there, let me pull it up real quick. It was this game that I was talking about. Like, this was from TGS 2019. They even had gameplay. They apparently had a beta gameplay last year. But, like, Yeah. Right. It's an old game. Right, it's the PS Vita game originally. Yeah, here, there's even beta gameplay.
接下来我们去哪里冒险？
Right, this thing. It's like, I wonder what happened to it.
锈迹斑斑的，真希望我的剑还在。椰子，太好了！
4 days ago, the wiki got updated. There's iOS, Android, but like, still to be announced whenever it releases. Right, old Vita game from 2016. It got ported and stuff multiple times and on other platforms. But yeah. You can see the rating people gave for this game. But yeah. Right, 4.5 out of 5s, 8 out of 10s, 34 out of 40, 9 out of 10s, 4 out of 5 stars again. Right. Lots of great ratings there. But yeah, like, it was supposed to release, I have no idea how long ago, but like, their website still exists. Like, you can still find the JP site and the Chinese site. They still have their Bilibili site up. Like, it's still a thing. So who knows what's going on with this thing?
Awaiting command.
I don't know why they redesigned Donna's outfit though. But yeah. I mean, like, you can play the original game. Right, the original game is a thing. But yeah, it apparently looked like this on mobile. Which does look better than the original game. Graphically speaking, it does look better. Right, it does look better than the original if you've seen the original.
乘客，
But some of the stuff is different. Like, yeah. Like, this was not in the original either. The mark there that early. That wasn't in the original. But you've heard this song before. You've definitely heard that song before.
Awaiting command.
But yeah, the original game looks like this. Like, you can tell massive difference in graphical fidelity. This is what the original looks like. Right, your combat, you got your skill things there. right? But yeah, that's what the original looked like. Good game though. But yeah, it's like I wonder what happened to that.
Target eliminated.
As for this though, here we go.
白发先生，
5.4 PV. Alright. We got English subs already?
达人今天就要来了吧
The two from Ida, they're arriving today, right?
来法先生放心，
Don't worry, Mr.
我一定
Rafa.
会以布莱顿区的最高规格。
Okay,
期
they
待
got the
他们
highest honor noted.
是吧，
Brighton, right, Lana. Okay.
布莱顿区的居民们，
Brighton
我是你
District.
们忠诚的伙伴拉娜。今天，我们也将一同度过完美的一天。
Wait, I feel like I heard that BGM in Meroria before, part of that BGM.
达人来了，是真的吗？我的主人，根据拉纳西
Oh yeah, there you go. It's New Meroria.
3.201.6.5版本
They made New Meroria.
安霍尔集团并未发布这样的消息，请您不要听信谣言。
从来就没打算让许多人回到艾达。
Okay.
我们也没打算让你回到艾达。
就是你。
整个起落都在安霍尔的监控之下，无处可逃。
Okay. Oh, shot. I'm gonna guess that's supposed to be Veronica or something that they kept mentioning in the story. I'm just guessing here. But there we go. Alright, here. Brand new zone, Brighton District, central city of Kylo. Integrated hub combining administrative, economic, and scientific research centers. It serves as the headquarters for both the Hope Fleet and Anchor Infinity. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, it does look like Meroria 2.0, Meroria X. Well, we're getting Meroria X, guys. Alright, main storyline. Authorizer takes the role of diplomatic representative and heads to the Anchor Infinity headquarters located in Brighton District to engage in negotiations. At this moment, Shirley also brings new information from Plotty, along with an even greater mission on the horizon. All new puzzles in the Brighton District's golf-style game Head Start. Calculate the correct sequence and path to send the metal head through warp gates and fly to its destination. So we got golf. Okay. You can go play golf. If you want to get rich overnight or are seeking thrills, you can try the giant bubble machine, Dream Bubble Mirage. Remember, the higher risk, the greater the reward. A batch of new Zeronium towers has been built, but not yet connected to the power grid. Connect the Zeronium towers. Can emit bridging energy to link the new towers before bridging energy is depleted. Participate in race against time to activate the Zeronium towers in time. Yep. Okay. Brighton District has launched cleanup campaign. Help maintain the cleanliness of public areas. Head to the cleaning station and apply for a cleaning robot and scrub off nearby graffiti. Okay then. The Brighton District has also set up quick access platform called Maintenance Passage to facilitate workers and robots in repairing facilities. To avoid affecting district's aesthetics, Mechacore Robotics specifically developed a cloaking feature for it. Pool party. The pool party is about to open. A paradise of fun exclusively for authorizers. Invite your simulacrum partners and enjoy the passion and romance together. Okay. World Boss. Jaguar 3 Vanguard is a new type of robot developed by Mechacore Robotics and belongs to the Anchor Group. Its core processor integrates Lana's battle data, recording the analysis system, allowing it to flexibly switch between human and beast forms on real combat needs, altering its combat rhythm. Due to its manufacturing cost being comparable to that of an A2 class ship, each deployment requires special approval from the group's senior command. Okay. That's the new world boss. Okay. Eight-player raid. Ambitious pirate leader escaped while being transferred to the Brighton Zone prison. According to the informant intelligence, he is hiding inside an abandoned spacecraft. Please cooperate fully to capture him as soon as possible and prevent him from continuing to threaten the safety of Kylo's space. Okay. And then we got the events here. Trial of Wits, Encourage, Battle of Wits, Neon Frenzy, Survival Alliance, and Identity Fog. Okay. Sure. Battle of Wits, Heated Multiplayer Battle, 90-second Extreme Survival Challenge. Okay. Neon Frenzy, equip a Zeronium Battle grappling hook, and make a rapid escape with your fellow inmates through the complex terrain of Brighton District. Oh, it's one of those racing events. Okay. Oh, so is this just basically one of those racing events? Right, it's just another one of those that they always have in a new area or whatever. Okay. And then, okay, one of the Mia mini games again, the Fall Guys mini games. Oh yeah, this is the one where you have the link between you and another player. Yeah. Okay. 30 robot guards, among which are some escaped prisoners. Oh, it's the hide and seek one. Okay. And then we got a new outfit here. Alright, festive outfit Macaron Town will be available. That's a nice looking outfit though. The male authorizer one is scuffed. Scene optimization. The Astra Archipelago region vegetation has been added. Water surface rendering has been optimized. And visual detail of building materials under lighting has been enhanced. So, for now, they're just first overhauling the graphics of Astra. Makes sense that they're getting it in 5.4 if they're considering they're testing this on the as part of the thing on the MMO server, because it's likely gonna use the same client anyways. But yeah, very nice visual improvements there. Very nice. They just do, man. They're definitely afterthoughts. But yeah, the graphical improvements are great. Very nice. Yanuo joins standard banner. Look at that, just like what I said, Yanuo will be on standard. I knew it. I told you guys. Yanua was gonna be on standard next patch. Not next patch, after thing. So yeah, you can get Yanua matrices on standard then. And that's that. Right, that's what we have there. Alright, what did you send me in Reacts? Why are there so many leaks? Sure, we'll go look at the leak one first.
So we are here to talk about why are there more leaks at Nintendo than ever before. It
Sure
seems
feels
like
like
the leaks just keep coming, and they have not been able to really stop them.
Yep.
And we are maybe the rumor mill is spinning on the week of potentially the Nintendo Direct. That's leaked.
Weeks ago.
Oh.
Weeks ago.
Weeks ago. This big.
What was in the-
What's happening?
What was in the
moment
leak?
That was supposed to be this anchor
Right.
of late summer into fall. All these surprises, all this news.
What
A lot
was
of it
in the
we
leak?
Still don't know, but I mean, people have been talking about this for it seems like 2 weeks now.
Because
Right,
I'm definitely
And
not
one of the
watching it.
company's, big things is
No way am I gonna
surprising
watch
and
it.
delighting fans, but more and more, it just seems like the big surprises get leaked, which is so interesting.
Yeah, and Nintendo's very focused on surprising and delighting fans, as you say, and they want to keep a lot of their announcements
I don't know about
a surprise
delighting
for that
them.
reason. But the other reason that's really important to them that we just got drilled into us when we were working there is this idea of expectation management. And the earlier things leak, like a potential Nintendo Direct, the more people start to churn on the potential announcements that might be coming out of it, starts to inflate the expectations.
Okay.
So here comes Animal Crossing. Here
Right.
comes the next
We've
Smash
seen
Brothers.
already a million theories about what could be in this
Exactly.
thing that Nintendo is not even confirmed yet.
And ultimately, how that ends up being kind of negative for Nintendo is when they finally do make the announcement and none of these things are in it, people are ultimately disappointed.
What do you mean? I
Yeah.
talked myself into this. It's not real.
Exactly. At the
Now
summoning
Now
circle.
I'm mad at you.
I did it, and you didn't announce the next Animal Crossing? I'm so
How
mad.
dare you?
So yeah, so
Yeah.
it's been very difficult for them to control these leaks. It's becoming
Yeah, they're doing it
almost
on
like
purpose.
more common to have a leak than to not have a leak
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
Which was not the situation, a few years ago. So how did this happen? What is going on inside Nintendo as they're trying to deal with this current situation?
I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
definitely
go
makes
farm
us
some
reflect
world
on our
bosses.
time working
at the
there,
same
where we were
time.
involved in all sorts of
We
big
do some of
announcements,
these.
and we were
Yeah.
always just like drilled so hard of like nothing can leak. The most important thing is that we have a surprise. And we'd often get talked to of like, look, we might be making some trade-offs. The thing that we always want to prioritize over anything else is that element of surprise. As long as we can do that, we're gonna be on top. We're gonna get the most out of this news, and that just hasn't been there
Yeah.
for like over a year, it seems.
Yeah.
You think of, gosh, the Switch 2, like the
Oh,
lead up
the lead up to
from,
that.
from like the start of this year until that thing came out. It was just
Yeah.
like one leak after another.
It was just so hilarious and almost a little shocking to us.
Okay.
This is our first hardware launch outside of the company. And to get to January of this year, where we finally saw our first look at Switch 2, and it looked exactly
That was it.
like the leaked photos
Right.
Yeah.
that those manufacturers were putting out. Was just like, wow, this is a real facepalm moment in terms of like that surprise is completely gone.
Right. So you do
It's just
kinda
a
ask
piece of
yourself, well,
plastic.
What
What's there to
changed
get excited about?
for the leaks to become more commonplace now versus the past? And one thing that is just kind of a fact. for
Imagine
them,
getting excited over a
and,
piece of
You
plastic.
can spin it up like, hey, this is a good thing because so many more people care about Nintendo, and so
their
many more people
announcements, yeah.
are like so into Nintendo and the Switch 2 and everything. They're like rabid
Yeah.
for any sort of information. And it's not like there weren't already rabid fans before, but with the Switch 2 being as big as it is, all of these franchises are bigger than they've ever been before. There's just
Okay.
more and more people who are rabid for this information. So this means there's more people who are trying to find ways to get at it, kind of poke at it. Who can I contact? Who can I find? Oh, is there a back door in this website or whatever? But then there's also like
Yes.
people who are maybe thinking like, well, maybe I should leak. And I don't understand the mindset
It's
of
like
these
a
people
bra.
at all.
It's
But
not
people
hard to
who-
get a
like,
Switch too if you really want
I'll
one.
be rewarded. I'll be a hero on the internet for
Yeah.
whatever that's worth.
They're not hard to
fame.
get.
I'll have the internet fame. And I think, again, feeling, that
They're not
building
hard to get.
anticipation
But
of,
it's like,
I
why you want
want to
one?
do this, to make this
Right.
happen for all these people, my adoring fans. They will love me for this. So there's just this building thing
Yeah.
around
it's almost
every
like a monster that
yes,
they've created,
around
like a hungry
everything
monster.
Nintendo right now.
Yeah.
And it was, it's very analogous to what we saw with Apple when like the iPhone became such a popular thing.
Yes.
Okay.
And now they've reached a point where they just seem to have completely given up
Yes,
on all of these leaks.
exactly. Exactly.
like,
They
yeah.
don't even control it anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna leak. We'll do what we can to make it seem cool and feel cool.
Yeah.
Ironically, there's an Apple event this
week.
and it's like
Yeah.
I think most people even know.
I think we know what's in it.
everybody
yeah.
knows what's in it, but they've just kind of.
I mean, it's pretty obvious they were
They
gonna
leave
have
the
the
white
iPhone in it
flag.
anyways.
Yeah.
They do it every fucking year.
I don't think Nintendo likes to wave the
It's
white
like-
flag.
Any flags.
Take it from us. They
Very
don't like.
stubborn,
They don't like to
yes.
do that, but they've kind of entered that zone of where just like the mania around the thing
Yeah.
is bigger than ever.
It's so crazy too because we kind of laughed about this, but it's also just like such a monster of their own creation. It's like the
Okay.
Nintendo Direct cycle that we're just locked into right now,
Right.
where like in the days before, weeks before a Nintendo Direct comes out, there are all these leaks leading up to it. The thing happens. We spin on the thing that gets announced, and then immediately afterwards, there is speculation, almost like an hour afterwards.
Right. When's the
When
next
is
one?
next one?
When's the next one?
Okay.
So you're just
And-
creating this like endless cycle.
I
It's
don't-
exhausting.
It's kind of a side topic. I don't think that's a healthy mindset
No,
for,
it's
for
really
fans to
not.
have because you never really appreciate the thing that is, staring
in
you in
front
the
of you,
face.
yeah.
But you do have to think
Yep.
back to, well, why was Nintendo
I mean, that's true, but then it's like you see what's in there, it's like, I mean, these things are shit. Like, who actually cares or whatever? A lot of the stuff they end up showing on their directs are kind of boring and no one gives a fuck. Right? I remember, like, there was like a direct not too long ago where, like, it was just memed on for being entirely just a bunch of farm sims.
Nintendo Direct created
As, like,
which we
all they
both
had?
were involved in, were
Yes.
there at the time.
Yeah.
There was so much news from every different direction, from every different region. It was like, we need something that will consolidate
Yes.
all of this into something that a fan can just, I'm going to sit down for 20 minutes and I'm going to just get all of the news that I need for
Directly
any
from
given
Nintendo.
stretch of
Yeah.
time. And that it's, almost like too
Yeah.
good.
That's
of a
true,
format
and
that now you're starting
that
to
is
see
hilariously
some
sad.
of these issues around it becoming
soul-
more and more
Soulja
prevalent
Boy
because
put more
that
soul in
format
it.
has just become so popular, and still nobody else out there has perfected the formula in the same way that Nintendo has.
Well, they came up with it.
Sure,
Ironically,
but it's been 10 years.
Ironically, we were talking about
What do you mean
Apple a
perfected
moment
what?
ago, and that was a big inspiration.
Perfected what formula? On having another boring presentation? Like, bruh. The comments here. If only Nintendo knew a plumber.
For Nintendo Direct.
Okay,
with,
that's a
like,
good joke.
Apple
Yes.
does these September conferences where
Yes.
they just put all their information out there, and that
people
was
should know,
sort of
Mr. Iwata was a big admirer
huge Apple-phile.
of Apple.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
He always carried like a stack of Apple
Right.
products.
He was
with
the
him.
only one at Nintendo who was using like any Apple devices for a period of
Yes,
time.
he was.
And they became
Okay.
more and more prevalent, but he was always like, no, this is what I'm using because I
Yeah,
like this stuff.
I like
and
this
I like this
stuff.
company.
Exactly. So
Yes.
there was a lot of inspiration that happened there. Obviously, Nintendo Direct with Mr. Iwata's brainchild, and it was exactly that, a place where you can, one-stop shop to get all the news directly from the company itself.
Right.
But yeah, you've created sort of this like monster. Like I don't think anyone knew it was going to grow up to be
Right.
like this when it first was a thing. It was definitely a bit more humble, but now it's this massive
Right.
thing that Nintendo has almost like lost control of it because people are so rabid for the information. Like to your point, like everyone
God.
is just out there trying to poke holes to see
Really,
what
rabid for
is
the
going to be
information.
announced in the next direct, and whether it's for just because they want to know because they're so rabid for the information, or because they're internet cloud chasers or whatever else, whatever the reason is. I mean, media sites just latch onto this stuff because it's the thing that gets the clicks.
Well, yeah, and that's how they make
It
money.
has just become like, it kind of spiraled
Duh.
out of
Yes.
control, I
Yes.
think. Yeah.
So the next logical question then is like, well, okay, where are these leaks coming from? Because there's a
Right.
lot of different possibilities
Yeah.
around it. And, you know, I do still believe that, like, the first-party side is still pretty secure. Like, there are some exceptions. Like, remember Pioro? And it seemed like Pioro had some way to, you know, see a website update before it got pushed live. There are still edge cases where people will find something
Okay.
in the infrastructure to get information.
Yeah.
But I do still believe that the people there are scared straight
They are very
around
scared.
the leaks. They are true believers. They work on these things in small enough numbers, small enough teams. That was something that we would always see when it got more and more confidential. There's fewer and fewer people working on it.
Yeah.
To the point where you almost wonder, like, how are we going to get anything done? There's like 3 of us.
Exactly.
But they
Okay.
have to. That is their burden to carry.
Exactly, and it's one of those things where, you know, they do have a lot of very strict processes inside Nintendo to control the first-party information. It is a very complicated process to get disclosed, quote unquote, on information that you think you may need to do your job, but you know, the higher ups in Nintendo were always very careful about who is actually getting that information, to the detriment of a lot of times the people that were working on something because they would have to work, you know, 4x times hard just to do a simple thing because no one else was disclosed.
So at least in our eyes, as people who used to work there, we're crossing the first party side mostly off. Mostly off. In terms of where all of these things could be coming from.
Yeah, there are a small percentage of people that, you know, inside Nintendo that may have the mentality almost, you know, they're also fans, of course. Like, people that work there are also, of course, fans of the company as well and the stuff that, you know, is getting announced. And there may be this mentality of like, well, if I leak something or if I share this information with somebody else outside the company, I'm actually doing the company a favor. I'm actually
Seems like people really want to know this. I'll just tell them.
Like, I'm creating hype.
Right.
I'm like marketing the game in like a sort of a rogue. I'm going rogue.
I'm Robin Hood.
Yeah, like I'm going rogue, but I'm actually doing the company a favor.
Sure.
Okay.
So, you know, there are all kinds of people that work at Nintendo, but for the most part, a lot of people that work at the company are fans just like you and me, you know? So they get excited too.
We have over the years we did see some cases of that. Those people were dealt with swiftly. Very swiftly. But those people do pop up from time to time.
And they exist.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay, let's look beyond first party. Nintendo works with a lot of partners. We're talking about the Switch 2 hardware leaks earlier in the year. Where were those coming from?
Manufacturers.
All of these manufacturers.
Yeah,
all these
manufacturers.
People just, sure, no problem. And you know, that's where a lot of this iPhone stuff, any sort of physical electronic device.
That's just hard.
The same cycle seems to happen.
I mean, they're going to find it from shipping manifests anyways as well. Like, bruh, it's like people find out about NVIDIA chip, like NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, and all these chips, like the specs and everything about these chips months, if not like a year, 2 years before the actual release. Because there are people that are literally just like stalking fucking shipping manifests for like things being filed and sent around, like a bunch of just legal documents are just stalking, like, oh, what's going in here and there and whatever. Like, you get stuff like that gets leaked. And like, or like on all sorts of things that are like in development or whatever, from like physical hardware, like that's the thing. Like, people have found out what like the PS6 specs are gonna be. They found out about that a couple months ago because of shipping manifest data that was just like found and all sorts of other things. Right, like people will find out. There are people that are really that into just looking at what those things are, and they'll find out well in advance. For a lot of these cases, though, for some of these consoles and for consumer graphics cards, they'll find the specs of the full chip and not the final consumer product in some cases, where like the full chip will have stuff disabled for the final end product, but people will know what it is anyways. But yeah.
and they have a lot of incentives to leak that stuff, and there's very little seemingly that any of the actual manufacturers can do. So, you know, that's obviously where that came from. But then we talk about, you know, this direct that's been rumored for weeks, all of these other directs that people, you know, seemingly know about so far in advance. If it's a general direct or a partner direct, there are people outside the company at other studios, publishers, developers who know about it. And you would think they should also have a strong incentive to not leak the information. But I'll say, nobody's incentive is ever going to be as strong as a Nintendo employee. Nobody's ever going to have that much pressure put upon them, that the literal fear of God put upon them. So that, I mean, that's where our mind goes when we hear about these things. Like, well, one of these games that's in one of these showcases, somebody found out, so it's like, let me tell you a thing or two, buddy.
Exactly, and it's like it's pretty logical. It's like the wider the circle is, obviously, the more potential people know about this, the more potential they can tell somebody else. And yeah, they don't have the internal rigor that a Nintendo first party, you know, that the true Nintendo employees have. They don't have that kind of strictness, so they're probably a little bit less concerned about certain things leaking. And maybe for them it's like, I want the hype, you know, I'm in this direct, this is my only shot to like get that excitement for my game, like I don't care, like I want the hype from this, you know.
Exactly. And there's, you know, there's nothing that Nintendo can really do to ensure that those external studios follow the same processes or doing the same thing. They just can't do that.
They can tell them, but that's pretty much where it ends.
They can say, hey, be careful with this, please. And it's like, yeah, sure.
Okay, whatever.
No problem.
Bye.
Yeah, and we would joke like, oh, well, you know, once this thing gets to Europe, that thing's going to leak. Like, we had our own jokes of like, well, we kind of know when
where this is coming from.
Something might happen. And we were very aware of the like leak danger zones of like, okay, on this date, this information's getting shared here, so the risk is going to escalate. So, you know, just be aware. But it was always a dicey process.
The closer you got
along the way, as you got closer and closer to the thing. And you know, if you look at specific to this Nintendo Direct that's supposedly happening this week, a lot of the information of what people are saying, and people are now starting
they're basically not really talking about anything.
Things about the content
just rambling
of the Direct. They seem to be focused on third-party games. So, for example, like, you know, Switch Force has now become one of the ringleaders of Nintendo leaks, and he was out there saying like, well, there's going to be 3 games with the number 7 in there. He's starting to play these games, guessing games. And we'll see. We'll find out. I don't think any of these games are Nintendo first-party games. I think this is coming to him from third parties. And it does seem like Switch Force is starting to, you know, pull a lot of pages out of the Puro playbook. And I think we all know what happened to Puro. So I think just a word of advice to Switch Force is be careful, because, you know, yes, this can be an exciting thing of like, oh my gosh, everybody's on pins and needles for my next.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is just so papaga. They're basically just rambling about crap, but like they're not saying anything. Right, they're just rambling on end. But it's not like I expect anything from them anyways. And like, the reality is, if I'm gonna get a third-party game, why the fuck would I get on a Nintendo console? Portable or not, like I have options if I want to play things portably. But yeah, what the fuck is this? Nepal's... Wait, what is this? Nepal's Gen Z, who overthrew the Nepal's government, have chosen their new leader via a poll on their Discord server. Wait, what? On Discord, they just freaking... They had a poll on Discord on the next freaking government leader. What the fuck is going on? What kind of world is this, man? And they're just like, we're gonna go vote for them on Discord. Because why not? Alright, give me a sec. Let me just loot this and go to the next channel. Oh, the next channel not spawned in yet. I mean, I guess. That is true. For what it's worth. I guess it does technically count. Grok, is this true? How does one invest in Discord? Damn. That is something. Now this guy's asking if they can be a mod in there. Their Discord server, the birth of the network state. CIA intern on generational run with this one. Extremely based. About to be the first fifth world country. Imagine a place ruled by Discord mods. Java applications sit around the campfire telling scary stories about bro. That is hilarious. They can't even spell cattle correctly. Yeah, how did we end up polling on Discord for Nepal's next leader? Here's a rundown. Oh boy. Over 2 decades ago, they overthrew the monarchy to establish multi-party democracy for a better future. However, 2 decades later, the leaders of the major democratic parties who overthrew the monarchy were still fighting for power and greed. They went from no slippers on their feet to living in lavish mansions, but the common man were still poor, no sign of improvement. However, something changed. People relied on national TV and radio for information, started getting wide access to the internet. People could see mishaps these politicians made in real time, every frustrated candid story, every Nepali citizen, and the rapid development of every other country that used to be on a similar level to Nepal. Frustration started accumulating. And then around August 2025, Nepali youths, frustrated by the corruption and incompetencies, started a trend on TikTok called Nepo Babies, where they created reels comparing the lavish lifestyles of politicians' kids with common citizens of Nepal who couldn't even afford a proper restaurant meal. Expose went wild, and then they had a peaceful protest on the 5th. Decentralized protest, okay. And then 12,000 plus en masse were there on September 8th. 20 people died, 300 were injured by the end of the day. And yeah, that is crazy now. All this happened. That is crazy. They're about to be run by Discord mods. What a world. What a world we live in. Nepal is about to get run by Discord mods. Okay. Let's scroll up and go down. Oh, we can do the Pokemon one now. Alright, let's do the Pokemon one. Okay.
Breaking news. The recent Malamar popularity boom in Lumio City is more than just a craze. Lumios latest has obtained an exclusive statement from a Pokemon trainer who claims to be responsible.
I don't know why, but I wanted people to see how friendly Malamar is.
Okay.
I had it use its hypnotic powers. I was careless. I'm sorry.
Careless indeed.
Okay.
Lumios latest has acquired shocking footage of this apparent hypnosis.
They're based off NPCs in game, okay.
Well-mannered, cultivated, modest.
You can fix the crazy eyes, oh boy.
Describe this local painter in Lumio City.
Tadene, you're so sweet and adorable.
But shortly after this footage was captured, something strange happened. She seemingly forgot her manners and her art went from elegant to extravagant.
Aw, my friend Malamar, you are so sweet
Okay. Spray painting Malamar now.
Well, something
Dedene's
certainly
confused.
seems off.
It'll hurt itself in
Later that day, I
confusion.
spoke to a taxi driver who also got caught up in the moment.
You're certainly cheerful, and your taxi, wow, it is colorful. Care to tell us more?
With Malamar in my rear view, there's no job I can't do. My friend Malamar.
Okay.
But it seems he wasn't always like this. Thanks to the taxi's dash cams, we're able to see something rather interesting occur.
That guy looks like the guy from Emo's not dead. I see. Alright, he went to sleep. Oh, he woke up and saw flashing lights.
That bright flash, was that Mega Evolution? And what happened at the end there? Footage retrieved of this executive may tell us more.
So I'll work on that. Oh, and do you have time for one more thing?
Sorry, I'm running late for the ZA Royale tonight.
I was just hoping to discuss the most...
Let's put a pin in this and circle back later. What time are you free?
Sir, behind you!
What?
Okay.
My friend Malamar? My friend Malamar!
Could this be the work of a Mega Evolved Pokemon? Who are these shadowy figures? And what happened to that executive? Well, courtesy of this viral video, we do know.
My friend Malamar!
It's safe to say he is no longer all business. We are not looking at simple hypnotism here. It is an entirely new person.
Okay.
Well, Lumio Slaters have an exclusive interview with the trainer claiming to be responsible. Thanks for joining us. So, what is your part in all of this? Is this you?
Yes. I'm so sorry. I just didn't realize how powerful Malamar's hypnotism could get. How people's personalities would change entirely when it Mega Evolves.
So it is Mega Evolution?
Yes. Yes, let me show you. It's Mega Malamar.
Oh my! Map? Map? Map?
Oh, big brain. Big brain time now. Malamar went big brain time. Big brain Malamar with the RGB. Alright, let me go kill the thing here quickly. And then we'll see the other trailer after. Alright, because we got Rudolph here. Alright, I do want to get my support points and stuff. Alright, next one will be spawning in a while.
Target eliminated.
Okay. Then there's this one. Alright, he had a bunch of Pokemon in his party there. Malamar became Megamind, sure. Gigantamax Brain. Nah, its brain is Gigantamax now. Aliens from Mars attacks, yeah. That is definitely a design, alright. And now they're all Malamar. Who knows, maybe you're also a Malamar. Check in the mirror. Okay. There we go.
Awaiting command.
Let's see. What the hell is this? A famous Palico from Monster Hunter games, Outlanders. What is this for? Okay, so Monster Hunter or something is gonna be TGS. Okay. You can now use UGC main character into that. It take the element of the traveler.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, that is definitely an NPC looking ass design. That NPC looking ass design. In the anime, they had Malamar that mind controlled people to try to take over the world. Okay. Well, we'll see what they do with that one then.
Awaiting command.
That is something, man. Oh wait, there was a ping on the NTE Discord somewhere for me. Okay. Oh wait, no, that was just for something else.
Eliminated.
I don't really care much about Monster Hunter, but okay. That's cool, I guess. Here, let me get the music playing again.
Hello. Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, you know, I was gonna give $10,000 for you to find this image. I might just up it to $15,000. In fact, who cares? Let's actually go all the way. But today, it's not about throwing money at a search that really is the focus. It's about my interest for lost media content. I love lost media stuff, especially when it comes to things like video games. We've looked at stuff where, you know, people have modded Silent Hill versions of Grand Theft Auto Vice City, once previously thought lost, finally resurfacing and completely playable. We've looked at entire images, like the back rooms, completely lost and forgotten at some point. But people have come together on the internet with their crazy internet detective skills, and using all of the data available, found out exactly where that was. But there is one image
they found the
that
back
is so
rooms.
elusive.
Okay.
It is Jeff the Killer, JTK1 and JTK2. Now the reason why this is so important to me is, obviously, I started my channel on video game creepypastas. You know, things like haunted gaming, where I would
scary
look
spaghetti.
at spooky stories on the internet pertaining to video games and just talk about them. You know, some guy gets his weird, spooky video game from Bootman Bill or leaves it in a garage for 20 years, comes back and finds out that a ghost has infected it. But then, of course, beyond just video gaming creepypastas, some of the most popular spooky internet stories was obviously Jeff the Killer. Now, if you're looking at this incredibly long piece, Jeff the Killer has been around for, I would say, probably most of the internet, okay? Most of just that early, like, mid-2000s internet, all the way to now, okay? Literally, if you go onto the internet, people still talk about it. People still share this image around. It is part of internet lore, and we can't ignore it. Now, obviously, if you ever read the original story, one of my first popular videos, I would say, like really popular, was like Jeff the Killer. I think I got like 600,000 views just basically with like video game footage of Dead Space and me just reading the story. Excerpt from a local newspaper. Ominous, unknown killer is still at large.
Oh, there's a new NTE trailer we can look at after.
The ominous, unknown killer is still
We'll
on
look
the
at it
rise.
after.
After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. Now, of course, if you ever wonder why Jeff looks the way that he does, well, there's some actual explanation for it. And you can read it in the story for yourself, too. Jeff, what are you doing? Asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever. Jeff's mother noticed his eyes ringed in black. Jeff, your eyes! His eyes were seemingly never closing. I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burnt out the eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face. Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful? And of course, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, Jeff put them right to sleep. Now, of course, this is a pretty lengthy story, and you can read it for yourself, but the story is not so much the focal point for today's video. It's actually the actual search for the creepypasta.
Okay, the picture?
Now, a while back in the Lost Media Reddit, you could actually see that people were digging up, you know, just constant archives from Japanese internet. Old Japanese internet that was thankfully, at least in some capacity, archived.
Okay.
And of course, as of 2 years ago, one of the first posts that I actually really saw in regards to the search of Jeff the Killer was obviously individuals linking this back to the investigation, which is where I found out about the JTK investigators that are actually still active to this day. So going into the old school internet and looking through image boards like this, especially for individuals that, you know, for a lot of them aren't actually Japanese, has been kind of a tough endeavor. Mostly because internet that is this old, if you're looking at, again, dates as far back as 2007, people have been digging into old school Japanese internet and basically trying to find any form of like actual file that exists. And day by day, those actual counts do go down. Day by day, the data is slowly being lost. In a lot of cases, going into, again, pages like Hyro, alright, old school Japanese forums, and basically finding all of these JPEGs and sifting through them one by one just to come across what could be the original image is where the search is effectively taken to. Now, for the amount of researchers that are basically looking into this image, they've employed PCA analysis, deep investigations of these JPEG files to see, you know, all of the information that they could actually extract from that original creepypasta image that's floating around. And using programs like HTTRAC, where not only are they finding old school websites, but they're downloading them and archiving them even further as they search through this project. Now, despite all of this, there has been a lot of real stuff, alright, real leads rather, but there's also been a lot of stuff where people have just been mocking up or using artificial intelligence to generate fake images of Jeff the Killer, which is not only making the search more difficult, but it's also making the search nearly impossible the longer it goes on. Look, this is an internet cold case, and if it's one thing people gotta know about cold cases, and in most cases, the longer things go without any actual tangible, you know, address, the harder it's gonna be to eventually, you know, come to deal. This might be an image that, I'm not joking, will probably be lost forever, okay? And I think a lot of researchers are coming to terms with it. So of course, the original two images that people are looking at, these are the original two. So you've got JTK1, which is cute Jeff. Obviously, it's got a little bit of that Mr. Potato Head style going on. And then, of course, the image we all know as JTK2.
Yeah.
So to give you an idea, some of the older ones was obviously, you know, this image of a toddler, where again, even a Discord user comes in and claims, yeah, I was like 3 back then in 2007, and I just like had this photoshopped onto the JTK background. Which obviously shut this down, even though it's a pretty good contender. And I remember when I first put out my bounty, a lot of people sent me this image, and I had to basically say, listen guys, if it was this easy, I wouldn't just throw a bounty out there, okay? A 5-figure bounty. But of course, down the road, there was even more images, like this one. And this also caught my attention, but of course, obviously, the community was very quick to debunk it. And you can even see the fake image being spread as recently as 2022 on a forum known as 2chan. So of course, the further you go down, one of the leads was Katie Robinson, which was this character right over here, this person. And of course, that was also quickly debunked by the community. It was them in this original photo. And of course, this is a photoshopped mock-up, which again, the community has said that was debunked in my video. And obviously, you can clearly tell this is bullshit. And of course, the longer you go down, it just becomes more embarrassing because the amount of AI slop, the amount of the AI slop, the amount of effort put into this has made trying to identify whoever Jeff the Killer really is that much more difficult. The more and more time goes on and the more and more people realize how they can just use AI to generate images, has made this become an impossible goose chase. I will say, I do like this image of Tommy Wiseau in this case.
That's a funny one.
That's probably the best mock-up that I've seen so far.
Yeah, that's a funny looking mock-up.
Fellow content creators and friends blame it on Jorge, for instance, who does a lot of Lost Media stuff, even had to dig up deleted Reddit pages, deleted Reddit posts, debunking some popular photoshops that existed. Again, it's pretty clear to me that looking at this image, it's not the original in any capacity. And that's all I care about. I just want to see where one of the most infamous creepypasta images came from. And it's kind of sad that most of the stuff that I've seen is just created by the community as memes. Now, I said this bounty should probably go up, and I'm totally comfortable with putting more money down into it. Probably will just give somebody like 15k USD to try this, simply because I do just want to see where this goes down. But that money cannot be on the table if what I'm about to discuss is true. So one of the new things that have come out in the search is the possibility of this being from the capping community. Now, for anybody that doesn't know what the capping community is, get ready for some really spooky sides of the internet. So for instance, capping, of course, according to this Redditor, was actually coming up with the idea, right? I'm beginning to think the image may be a cap from a camgirl live site. It's entirely possible that the original image is of a lewd act, such as boobs flashing or revealing. Cappers are notorious for targeting minors and underage individuals, which may mean the original image is CP and could very well have been confiscated by the government. Now, if the original image is in fact this, there is an unfortunate possibility that it still could exist out there.
That's crazy.
And if that is the case, it makes me pretty hesitant to put up a bounty, because ultimately I'm just paying for somebody to possibly find some form of, like, you know, CSAM material, which is not my goal, not my intention, not what I want at all.
That's
and of
crazy.
course, I can't stress that enough as I actually talk about it. But to give you an idea of what capping is, imagine if you were to go to sites like, Omegle doesn't really exist, but there's a lot of sites where you can randomly chat with people on the internet, and unfortunately, a lot of these sites don't do a lot of effort in age verifying, you know, anybody that is over the age of 18 or under the age of 18. There's a mixture of minors and adults. So typically an adult will just have a screen sharing application recording the browser where all of this conversation is taking place. And unfortunately, if you're a minor and you show off something nude on your body, or you do actually send something nude, this person has recorded it, and they're unfortunately sharing it. Now, you might have remembered a girl known as Amanda Todd, an individual who died a long time ago. They committed, like, actual suicide. They were bullied. Actually, not just bullied, but they were blackmailed by basically having a topless photo of her, and they would leak it to their friends unless you would give the blackmailer a show. And this was not only so disgusting, but there was an entire, like, channel on YouTube known as The Daily Capper, where again they had this, like, crudely animated anchor woman basically talking about the capping community and just promoting it out loud. YouTube, if you thought it was wild now, it was a lot fucking wilder back in the day, especially if content like this existed. And obviously, this channel doesn't exist anymore. There's great documentaries on it by Creepy Chronicles, Nick Crowley.
At least
now,
it
a lot of
doesn't
people
exist
have discussed
anymore.
that maybe this was a situation that was only happening in North America. But unfortunately, even further looks into this has shown that there are communities of this that exist in Japan, of places, right? Like, this was happening
Of course.
maybe not to the same level, but these kind of disgusting freaks basically permeate every single kind of community, every single culture, every single place. So it's not outlandish to think that this couldn't happen in Japan. And if it did, you know, ultimately, this image, if it turns out to actually be CSAM, which would be an incredibly hard right turn, makes it effectively a search worth dropping. Now, obviously, as far as the legitimate legal research goes into it, the document is up to 43 pages at this point, with tons of image analysis of forums, and various other YouTubers that are still looking for this image as well. So for a lot of people that are looking into chans, for instance, they're actually looking at the way images are compressed. So for instance, depending on how images are processed, that leads people to believe that it might be on boards like Vtuber or 4chan, simply because they're comparing it to other images and seeing just how images are processed. No website usually takes a raw image and just puts it up, usually to save server costs or, you know, to save space. The images, you know, obviously compressed, processed, just so that you can minimize the amount of storage it takes up. Similar to how YouTube does it. Obviously, if I send YouTube a 10 gigabyte file of a video, that video then probably gets compressed down to like a few hundred megabytes, maybe a gig, depending on which quality you're watching a video on, and just to save YouTube storage, you know, capacity, and obviously to control bandwidth. Now, of course, one of the most popular unconfirmed theories right now is one of Mariko or Suza, where obviously this woman over here looks relatively similar, obviously, to Jeff the Killer. And of course, we've kind of discussed her story as well. Now, she was found through a user on the Discord searching for this known as Eat Raw Skin. Cute
Roasted.
name.
Okay,
So
that
of course,
is
looking at this Mariko,
that is
for
definitely
instance,
a name.
Right, they went down, and it was intriguing because she was a net idol. She had an InfoSeek page, and unfortunately, she had a lot of bullying, and of course, she had a boyfriend, Suza Kumaru. Now, Suza used to promote the site all around the internet, and of course, it turns out that their relationship was pretty unstable. And, of course, Suza posted pictures of Mariko, and it's not clear whether she even consented to having her image out there in the first place, which adds another layer of problematic behavior to searching for this image, right? You know, if you're ignoring all the capping stuff, which you shouldn't because of, again, how sensitive that stuff is, just a woman that's even of age, if she's not consenting to her stuff out there, it kind of feels a little shitty to go down the road and you know, dig up an image, right? Like, usually you want this kind of stuff to be lighthearted, but it seems like some of the theories involved in this entire story come from places that, you know, obviously, if consent's not there, I think the search it's kind of a tough ethical thing to go down, but that's just me. So you've got other characters like Haduri, for instance, you've got Nachi, you've got Kogedombo, you've got a bunch of characters that are actually unconfirmed rumors in
and then the
right?
debunked
But
ones.
for every unconfirmed rumor, there's a lot of debunked rumors as well too. Like the Katie
course.
Robinson rumor that actually came out pretty early. Katie Robinson, obviously from the chat log we read earlier, is actually an individual known as Heather White, who was even interviewed by a user researching and confirmed that her story was fake. Now, of course, in this entire process too, as I even went out here 2 years ago, one of the chief investigators, Juventhal, was actually just downloading 53 gigabytes of images, at least off of like the Wayback Machine, based on what it is. Bonus points, by the way, for that sick Linux Mint usage. And of course, the download and search doesn't end over here. Tons of automated tools, the actual like proper investigatory work or archival work has been going on into the story, where again, Juventhal, you know, God bless, has been putting every bit of effort into preserving as much, and just to have the ability for the researchers to look through. And if you're wondering how dead is this, it's actually not. The researching behind this is actually pretty active. People are not only researching for Jeff the Killer, but they're coming across other images, like this one, for instance, from the old school early 2000s Japanese internet, that actually had me a little bit freaked out. I want to know the origin of this image even too. But these guys are active. They're looking for an image that probably will be long lost to time. And sometimes I wonder what will happen even after this image kind of comes out. You know what I mean? Like, what next in the search for obscure internet creepypastas? But where it's making the search even harder too, not just beyond some of the theories which may lead to this image possibly being illegal, is also the efforts of the archival community. For instance, a lot of amazing tools used for this. One of the best resources has been the Wayback Machine. Has been the Internet
and they're gonna
Archive.
block it. Reddit's gonna block Internet
Other
Archive.
big platforms like Reddit, for instance, is now deciding to block the Internet Archive. In fact, it's actually becoming pretty scary on how archival of the internet is becoming, simply because of the advent of AI and a lot of these companies withholding their information, social media platforms like Reddit, just so they can keep their training data so they can sell to other parties. Ultimately, it makes archival so much more difficult, and for a search that already has us going so far back into a time when the Internet Archive wasn't even considered, this is making the search dramatically more difficult. Arguably, I think, if this actually comes to fruition and we do find the origin point of this image, hopefully not from that capping community like I discussed earlier, and hopefully not not a non-consensual image that was posted, I think it'll break the internet easily. This might be bigger, in my opinion, than fucking the back rooms or really anything. I mean, this is one of the OG creepypasta images.
Why does he keep banging his mic though? We can hear his mic being banged, and it's kind of
And ultimately,
annoying.
I want this shit to be found. And I want it found first and foremost on the best of intentions. Because ultimately, it's just been something that's been in my head for years now.
Okay, so they're still looking for Jeff the Killer, and it might be illegal. Come back when you have... He needs to come back when he has an answer if it is illegal or not. That might be. We gotta know for sure. But yeah. Who knows what was up with that image? All we know is it existed somewhere. Alright, let's see this one. Era of fake video essays is here.
What if I told you the chances of you watching a fully automated video made by robots in the last year was almost 100%?
Yep.
That stat isn't real. I actually just made it up. But what is real is that there is a growing empire of new channels that have little to almost no human touch at all. And they're
there's a lot of them.
Millions of unaware people like me. Before we get into the good stuff, it's important for you to understand where I'm coming from. You see, about a week ago, I was looking at my YouTube studio, and I noticed a video essay in my Trends tab by Reinx Games. And when I was first looking at it, the channel looks fairly new. And hey, good on you, Reinx, for getting 30K views on a video already. That's a hard achievement for a lot of people. And, just, listen to it. Sounds pretty normal.
Think Square Enix forgot how to make great RPGs? You're not alone. But here's the twist. They've been dropping some amazing games lately. And almost
just a nerdy guy, kind of has the IGN reviewer cadence reading out a generic list of games. That's what it seems like. But honestly, that's not what's going on at all.
You're wrong.
What?
The first clue I found to find out what this channel really was is the description. If you've been on the internet for the past, 5-ish years, it's pretty easy to tell when something was shit out by ChatGPT. It always has this weird, listing approach, throws in some emojis, the classic M-dash that, listen, some of you yelled at me before. I guarantee that 90% of the population doesn't even know how to type
wants
this.
to talk shit? You soggy little bastard. You want to come at me over dashes while you're over there looking like a spilled lunch special?
Oh boy.
Sorry. That's hardly where this stops, though, because my editor, who was in a Discord call with me at the time, mentioned the game in the thumbnail isn't actually a Square Enix game. And on closer inspection, it's not actually a game at all. It doesn't exist.
It's not a real one.
It's been AI generated. So they got me thinking, okay, the description is AI, the thumbnail's AI, and let's be honest, all of these titles are also AI.
They're all
What about
AI.
the video itself? Now listen carefully for a minute.
With its haunting atmosphere, fusion system, and the unforgettable appearance of Dante from Devil May Cry, this game became a cult legend.
This script, this generic list of games, the voice reading it, it's all generated by AI, the whole thing. This entire channel is AI. The only thing that probably isn't, I guess, is the game trailers playing in the background, but that's pretty much it. All right, it's one channel, so what? I know, but it's not. Because while I was putting this in a video for my second channel, someone linked me to a video from a YouTuber named Casp, who showed a channel that actually blew my mind. I'm not going to go over everything that's in Casp's video. I think it's great. I'll link it in the description, so go give it a watch after this. But I will go over Sage Gaming, which kind of looks like Reinx Gaming's twin brother. Yellow text on the thumbnails, AI-generated game screenshots, and listen to the voice.
What if I told you there's a game so insanely realistic, it made players feel sick? No joke. These graphics...
I actually went on 11 Labs, which is an AI voice cloning thing, and I found this voice in like 5 minutes. It's named Liam. It's under their default voices.
What if I told you there's a game so insanely realistic, it made players feel sick? What if I told you there's a game so insanely realistic, it made players feel sick?
But this is a channel with hundreds of millions of views, and honestly, while some of these might be bot comments, there seems to be a lot of real people who aren't aware that they're listening to an audiobook by ChatGPT.
Yeah, the voices sound like EnVtuber,
I'm about to say, so it's not a huge deal.
Kind of, but
think it's funny that the very first video that they ever made has this pinned comment with multiple affiliate links. I'm not surprised, but hey, they're getting their bag. So there are bots in the gaming niche, but this somehow gets even crazier if you can believe it. A lot of comments under my last video covering this mentioned that this is not just happening in gaming, but a lot of other video niches as
all
well.
over the place.
So I checked.
Yeah, like basically daily at this point, I noticed that my mom freaking just swipes through freaking YouTube Shorts all day, and then she just and I hear those freaking AI voices, and then she's just watching just tons and tons of the AI slop. I don't know. They got the older people too. It's like, oh, I notice it. Oh, I click off for the most part when I notice, like, oh, it's this type of thing. Like, nah.
Got a few that they linked me, and oh my god, it is rampant. It is rampant.
The Darko shorts use the Liam voice too, yeah.
This is Sleepless Historian. This is a channel with a British guy narrator who narrates stories from history. just relaxing, soothing European accent. Here, I'll just play a little bit of the audio for you.
Not through her survival, but through her indelible impact on history. By the early 1770s,
nice AI.
The American colony.
So if you didn't hear that, it's pretty obvious that this whole channel is just AI slop. And if for some reason you still don't believe me and you're giving these guys credit, this is a video of a guy literally going over the entire process on how he made a ton of sleepless historian channels and how you can do it too. Literally the whole process.
I'm going to show you how to do the same. Just like
Damn.
this YouTube channel has made $3,400 in June alone. This is June of 2025.
But if anything, I'm sure nothing can go wrong. You know, people learning history from robots being retold over and over.
Elon Musk's grok is going off the rails and referring
It calls itself Mecha Hitler.
to itself as a Mecha Hitler.
That is hilarious.
By the way, there are hundreds of these sleep or boring history channels. I was going to do a list of all of these channels, but I learned that there's like hundreds of them, so I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. If you want to look for it, go ahead. Some of you, though, might be wondering, how is this even allowed? And a while back, YouTube actually took a stance on if you have to disclose the use of AI or not. I looked through the TOS again, and it actually seems like a lot of these channels are not breaking the rules. YouTube is very specific on if you're using AI to create real people or places. Otherwise, it's kind of just a free game to do
If it's not real people or places, you can do whatever, I guess.
whatever you want. Actually, YouTube actively encourages the use of AI.
Yep, they do.
AI thumbnails, titles, even write scripts and outlines for you now in the YouTube studio. So it seems like they're actively trying to promote the use of Gen AI tools, at the very least on their platform. I want to clarify something here. I'm not trying to make this video as a call to arms or anything. Yes, I've used AI voices for Kana. Kana, the chat wants to know how multilingual you are, so can you please, say a poem in Spanish?
Oh, Noctopus, tell the chat that I'm not here to recite poetry like some fancy bard. But
Okay.
fine, just this once. Roses are red, violets are
No.
blue. No hablo español, so
okay.
fuck you.
The girl you see in my streams. So if you want to call me a hypocrite, whatever,
Okay.
it's fine. Take it to Twitter. It just feels like that every day someone's trying to suck the human aspect out of content creation as much as possible. And not only is that so insane I had to make a video, but thinking about it, not disclosing that feels a little disingenuous. I know AI isn't going anywhere, but there's a point where, as most people have said, it stops being a tool and turns into a money-making scheme at the expense of trying to trick the average person. Personally, I hope YouTube tightens the rules around channels like this, but honestly, at this point, given how they treat AI, who knows? I have no idea.
Were you surprised when he proposed to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched my heart. It's a memory I'll always cherish.
At that point, I felt like, is there something that I'm not doing right in our relationship?
If you don't care and you want to listen to Liam, ChatGPT, read you bedtime stories, I'm not going to stop you. Feel free. That is totally fine. If you want to keep supporting real creators that you know are actual people, then keep doing that. Thanks for going down this rabbit hole with me. I know this is...
Well, that is something. That is indeed something. What is this? We got mod for Sonic Generations? Alright, Sonic Generations mod. What if Windmill Isle was chosen for Sonic Generations instead of Rooftop Run? I don't know. I can't imagine a world where that was chosen instead. Just cause Rooftop Run is the perfect stage for a celebration game. Type of thing. With the balloons and everything. Okay. Act 2, they're using the custom music here. Okay. Alright, that's a nice remix. That's a good remix of the theme. Did they like merge some of the what's it called? Aptos Day stages of Windmill Isle with like the other version? Because I feel like I've seen some parts of these in like the Wii version. Like they just merged them together. Yeah, definitely like they took in the parts of the Wii version. What do you have the thing go like that? Yeah, cause like there was a section on this on the Wii version of the stage. Okay. I'm gonna assume they're almost at the end. Just gonna quickly loop the thing here. Alright, that's cool. And then you can get the mod. Is this just for regular? Yeah, that's 2011, not the other version. So that's cool, I guess. That's a cool mod. And apparently we had an insane week. Alright.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen,
I'm gonna go kill
love
Colton.
me some good old-fashioned aliens. Now, yesterday was a pretty huge day for Ayla Mao stuff. In fact, I would say just
Ayla
before
Mao.
I started recording this video, ladies and gentlemen, it was also a weird Ayla Mao thing. NASA finds clearest sign of life on Mars, okay? NASA has announced a discovery of microbial life on the Martian surface. Ladies and gentlemen, when I read this kind of stuff, part of me gets excited. Now, before we go into it, I love Ayla Maos. I love space stuff. You know, like I said, it's too late for me to explore the oceans, explore Earth, and it's too early to explore the space above me. But you know what? One day, I hope, in my lifetime, I can see Ayla Maos, okay? I really hope I can shake my hands with an alien. But, I don't think it's gonna happen, all right? I'm pretty realistic over here, but I like to at least live and experience some level of possible alien life. So for instance, this is actually back from July 2024. So I don't know why the government's kind of talking about it right now. Actually, a few days ago, there was a massive sort of hearing about UAPs. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff coming out alien-wise that I got to be catching up on. So NASA's Perseverance rover scientists find an intriguing Mars rock. So if you look carefully, they actually showcase the rocks right over here, the olivine and the leopard spot. The
Okay, what'd
vein-filled
they
rock
find?
is catching the eye of a science team of NASA's Perseverance rover, nicknamed Chayava Falls by the team. The arrowhead-shaped rock contains fascinating traits that may bear on the question of whether Mars was home to microscopic life in the distant past.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily, oh, there's Ayla Mouse chilling in Mars right now. No, it's
No.
the possibility that maybe life existed at some point on our fellow planet. Now, I like to believe, I really do like to believe, but this is a huge thing if true, okay? If we found out that there's life in our solar system beyond just Earth. So here's apparently like NASA talking about it. Listen to this.
The scientific community that will, in essence, pressure test what we think we've found. So we're talking about Perseverance. This was a mission sent to Mars under President Trump's first presidency. And a year ago, we found a sample, and it was, again, we're exploring in places where there were rivers and where there were lakes, and much as on Earth, we think that that's where we'd see signs of ancient life on Mars. And so a year ago, we thought we found what we believe to be signs of microbial life on the Mars surface. And so we put it out to our scientific friends to pressure test it, to analyze it, and go, did we get this right? Do we think this is signs of ancient life on Mars? And after a year of review, they've come back and they said, listen, we can't find another explanation. So this very well could be the clearest sign of life that we've ever found on Mars.
So again, the key word here is they spent a whole year looking at their data, basically sending it out and saying, guys, please, God, try to disprove us here, okay? Not because we don't want to see life on other planets, it's because we need to be 100% certain that we've made a pretty big breakthrough. And of course, according to NASA and their scientific friends, it really is possibly the most clear evidence. But remember, it might be. It's not guaranteed.
Okay, hit the
So a lot
support
of the
point cap
actual,
now.
like, sites going around saying NASA found life on Mars. Not exactly true. It might be a clear indicator. But, right now, we still don't have Ayla Mouse that we can shake our hands with. But I don't think as a society we'll really be shaking our hands with the Ayla Mouse, because what I'm about to show you in the land of aliens might be one of the most insane clips that I've seen, quite honestly, in a long time. So for anybody that doesn't know, yesterday there was a big UAP, like transparency and whistleblower protection talk. So you can actually see it right over here through the House Oversight Committee at the US. And again, this is about 3 hours long, basically, where you can just watch, again, these people come out, talk about UAP transparency, whistleblower protections, which has been talked about for over a year now. But one of the big key highlights of this was at one point of the actual talk, a video from October 30th, 2024 was brought. A video of an MQ-9 Reaper drone flying over Yemen. So at this moment, Representative Eric Burleson showed this footage for the entire world to see. So you can see right over here that the actual whatever they're tracking, this is the UAP.
They're tracking it, yeah.
And obviously the craft that they're using is an MQ-9 Reaper. So at some point during this, there will be a green light for a missile to fire. So, they're currently tracking it. They're going, hold on a minute. There it is. You can see the missile right there. It goes right through. And then, of course, this there's like 3 things that fall off right there. And then, of course, this is the main UAP. And it just continues to, I guess, keep moving. Now, again, they're switching different cameras. They're trying to get a closer eye of it. So you can see that's where the actual UAP is. And it just keeps moving in that direction while being, at least from what I see, completely unaffected by an actual Reaper Hellfire missile. So at this point in time, the actual video kind of just stops over here. And I wish you could kind of see more, but that's about everything that was provided. Now, from fellow skeptic Mick West, he actually jumped in and showed a little bit of a zoom in regarding this. So if you look closely at the UAP, you can see that's the actual missile payload from the Reaper drone right here. And it goes through, and it almost feels like it definitely impacts.
It's going Rambo.
Right?
Okay,
so the
I'll fix
actual
it
missile
after.
goes through, and you can see the
We'll finish
trajectory
this
continue
first.
here. And of course, there's parts that break off. It almost kind of seems like a balloon, because as it goes through, you can almost see like a weird pierce. Like it's kind of hard to tell, but look at the left of the crosshair. So again,
Aliens be
going
scary,
frame by
who
frame,
knows,
it
man?
almost seems like air discharges and then the balloon like, you know, just completely demolishes. These are like pieces that go off. But again, if it was a balloon, I think it would be pretty... It wouldn't keep traveling in that direction. So basically what we've seen over here is a UAP that is engaged with by the US government. So when I talk about life on Mars, we're at a point where unidentified aerial phenomenon, you know, it's being observed by actual Reaper drones. And granted, I think this is like, since this is over Yemen, I believe the US is militarily engaged over there. So they were probably tracking it for a little bit and they were like, they wait for the green light, and once you get the green light, they just send the drone down there. Now, what's kind of shocking to me here, like U.S. drone and missile technology is, from my understanding, pretty significantly farther than like most of the other world out there, right? Like what the United States has is almost science fiction in comparison to their contemporaries. So when I see, you know, this kind of happening, it blows my mind. I was thinking that the actual like missile was going to like blow up as it impacted, but it seems like whatever payload was inside the Hellfire missile just didn't go off. Now, I don't know if it was like a missile inside there, or maybe it was like one of those like empty payloads that the US government uses to like kill terrorists sometimes. You know, instead of destroying the whole wedding party, you can just send in like a little drone and like directly attack, you know, whatever terrorist you want. I think they did that with like Zawahiri, and then boom, that's how you just wipe somebody. But I don't think if they were engaging with aerial phenomenon, they would use something intended for like a human civilian target. So that's kind of wild to me. But let's assume the payload didn't go off. It just goes right through what it seems to be this actual like UAP, and the UAP continues to go on. Now, some claim it's a Hellfire missile being split, which I guess you can kind of see over here. So as the missile goes in this direction, you can see that at some point as it goes through, there's like a black shadow underneath. I don't know if that's the split of the missile, or maybe some of the debris that was spotted here might have been like portions of the missile. But whatever it is, this thing seems to have survived a United States Reaper drone, which is fucking crazy. And
yeah,
is
that
it
is
alien
crazy.
Technology? I don't know. Probably not. But
Probably
if we're
not.
engaging with aliens at all, let me tell you, first contact wars from Mass Effect are going to be a thing. Now, this could just be like an enemy combatant having like some countermeasure against a Reaper drone, which again, because this is a UAP, we're not just going to jump in and say alien aircraft. UAPs literally could be anything, okay? It's just an unidentified aerial phenomenon. And sometimes that can even include enemy military like apparatus. Maybe it is possible that, you know, somebody in another military has found the counter to the Reaper drone. And not that a counter probably doesn't exist. I'm sure, you know, I'm sure like the Chinese military probably has counters to whatever the Americans have. Maybe they might even have some things that are
Wouldn't
superior.
be surprised.
I'm not a military like expert on it. I don't necessarily know. You're probably going to have to dig into your codec and call like Natasha Romanenko for that. That's not me. But yeah, I'm just a fucking like UFO nut looking at this kind of stuff, okay? But with healthy skepticism, of course.
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild, and it comes our way. It should be going to you. You know, the public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
So I do like how they got the experts kind of talking over here, and then they bring up the claim that there's like servers full of this stuff, which again, look, maybe there are, but I'm a little bit surprised that the government necessarily isn't allowed to see it, you know, alongside the public as well too. But look, this is just another claim that's brought up. He did use the term UFO, which is interesting to me because, like, again, unidentified flying object, unidentified aerial phenomenon, kind of two sides of the same coin over here. Similar terminology, but I feel like UFO is more geared towards like alien, like high-tech spacecraft, just in people's heads. Look, at the end, I want to know how something that got hit by a Reaper drone or not a Reaper drone, but like the Hellfire missile component is still able to actually keep going. I just wish we had more of the footage to see, which is a little weird because I don't think that like Reaper drones just stop recording after the 50-second mark. There should be more footage, and that's just the biggest question in my head. It's like, I just wish we had more to go off of rather it being cut off at some point. Now look, fellas, all right, the alien situation is kind of insane. It just keeps getting more insane. You know, we're at a point where I guess NASA is trying to confirm alien life on Mars. Maybe it's a funding play. Maybe they actually have found something that is going to shatter the world as we know it, simply because, you know, Earth is not the only planet that I guess technically has ever had life. If Mars has life, then I think it's imperative to know how it formed and how we can possibly cultivate it again. So maybe one day we as human beings can leave our planet and maybe colonize something else. I think that's...
Alright, cool. That's the alien one. Did we get caught up with everything? Let me put the music back. Oh yeah, this is just them talking about it, the CBS News article. Okay. Oh, well, they captured here. Video dated October 30th. Okay. Well, that's something. They blasted it, but then it just kept moving. Oh, then that was something. Is there anything else left? Anything else? Oh, here we go. Indie games are perfectly balanced with no exploits. And then I guess there's a Pokemon thing there as well.
A few days ago, I got sent this meme right here, and well, it made me laugh. After all, it paints me as this all-powerful entity that scares the games industry. Do I actually want to be the villain? Do I want to bring terror to developers and evaporate the gameplay balance that they spent years designing? No, like all good dictators, I want to be loved and worshipped by all, even the developers of video games. So I started this summer with a desire to turn over a new leaf, to return to my gaming origins and play games normally, the way developers intended. That means no bugs, no glitches, and absolutely no exploits. It was a noble little experiment, I thought, something that might make for an interesting video. So with the Steam Summer Sale, I decided to try and refresh my gaming experience by trying to play 4 games normally, and I absolutely failed. Yeah, it was an utter disaster. I just can't stop breaking video games, and I honestly wasn't even trying to break them. My evil British brain just naturally pushes me to experiment. So yes, I had to document my discoveries into this magical video of me coming to accept that maybe it's good to be the villain. In total, I played these 3 incredible indie games that I absolutely loved, and 1 secret mystery game that I will break at the end. Spoilers, this one is not made by a small humble indie developer, and you probably already own it. Right, so with the setup out of the way, we need to see how I accidentally broke these games. Get yourself comfortable, pop the kettle on, and if you're a developer, you best be begging for mercy in the comment section. Otherwise, you'll be next.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to our first game, Nine Kings. This is a roguelike tower defense deck builder game, which means that this game has all the key terms to trick gamers into playing it. The game is rather simple. I have a little main building, and it is a stronghold. Every year I get to play cards until I only have 2 cards left in my hand. Then a wave of enemies will attack. If the enemies make their way over to my stronghold, I lose a life. If I lose all 3 of my lives, the game is over, and it's back to the drawing board. Now in our case, we're playing as the King of Stone. This means that our primary deck of cards is entirely focused on defensive fortifications. Our lovely stronghold here is a building that summons towers that will run around the landscape and shoot our enemies. I'm also going to build the world's greatest siege engine, the Trebuchet. And so just like that, our first attack will begin. It's rather simple. 3 little enemies will arrive, my stronghold has spawned in this building, and it will shoot the enemies. And the round is complete. It really is as simple as that. Now from here, the gameplay loop gets rather fun. For you see, you can stack buildings on top of each other for increased modifiers. Yes, that's right, I can take my puny level 1 stronghold and make it a level 2 stronghold, and best of all, it will now summon in an even better tower that will do 6 damage instead of 5. Now here's the thing, the enemies we're facing will get significantly more powerful. They'll send even more forces, and whilst this game has a cutesy little art style, things get out of control rather quickly. I mean, just look at the graphic art they've done for vampirism, my goodness. That's too saucy. Avert your gaze, YouTube. Now in the last round, we faced the red enemy, the King of Blood, and so that means the loot we get from the battle is a card from his deck. His is all about having large quantities of cheap minions you can sacrifice to summon very powerful demons. We're not really going to mess about with that because it's not going to help me break the game, but I will summon in a Mangler. It's a very slow firing artillery piece that probably won't really get much use. I mean, it's basically not even going to get any kills. Oh, look at that. It did like 3 damage. Well done. Anyway, this is now where we actually get to break the game. If you see, on the 5th round, we get to pick our Royal Decree. They're generally the thing that will allow you to get the most out of the build you're going for. Loan will just give you a quick injection of money, whereas Eyeglass will synergize with a build really well that specializes in critical damage. In our case, however, I'm here to exploit the game, and that means exploiting the human errors that the developers have left in. And so that means I'm going to pick up Towerdom. This is a rather fun little relic. Basically, those lovely little towers that our stronghold was spawning, well, every time we spawn 1, we will instead get 2 of them. That's pretty darn good. So seeing as we get more of them, I'll upgrade my stronghold once again, and now when we get into year 5 and face off against more enemies, at least when we begin, we'll have a few more towers to help us. And look, they even do more damage. So on year 7, we've got another attack from the King of Blood coming, but hey, I've upgraded my stronghold even more. So now when our towers spawn in, which we get more of, they'll be doing 10 damage each. Whoa, 10 damage? Wow, I am positively jubilant. The problem is, that's still not very good. I mean, I can just spawn in this basic unit here, and even they do even more damage. Now, the time has come for us to declare war on a new king. This is basically where the game starts getting a little bit silly, for by declaring war on a new king, that means I can then gain access to their deck of cards. So if we declare war on the King of Progress, that means that when we face him in battle, we'll be able to draw from his deck. And who doesn't like drawing another king's deck? It's the most masculine activity you can possibly do. But I'm sure you're watching and you're saying,
this is basically just, you do this shit in roguelike games, whatever.
Hey, Spiff, look, I've played this game before. What you're doing here isn't exactly anything special. I mean, it's just a very basic build. You've got your little castle, and sure, it's a little bit more powerful, but look at the amount of men you're now having to face on the field of battle. My puny little towers aren't exactly doing a good job of defeating them. They're getting closer and closer to my castle, and ultimately, it's just a matter of time before we lose. Luckily for us, we do get a little bit of respite. For on this wave, the Merchant has arrived. The Merchant is a lovely chap who can provide us with very cool units like the Scapegoat. This is a passive terrible unit that if it is killed, it generates free gold. Thank you, Mr. Goat. I mean, of course we have to have a goat on the battlefield. Oh my goodness, look at the size of the armies we're facing now. The good news is my incredible goats here will distract the enemy, and then when they die, I get money. That's great. Now, similar to all roguelikes, the enemies you face gain more attributes the longer you go on. They get increased health, increased damage, and then of course every once in a while you get a mega boss wave. So the only way in which to counter that is to out-level the enemy, and one of the best ways to do that is with a building like the Blacksmith. This means every single turn, adjacent buildings get plus 2% damage. Now, whilst 2% might not seem like too much, over the course of a few years, that's going to take our towers from doing 10 damage to 11, and I mean, that's still not good at all. But hey, year 14's here, and that's great because it means we now gain access to a new Royal Decree. Now, what I'm going to pick up is the Royal Decree of Engineering. This doubles the damage of all of my towers, so yes, now we can take a look at my lovely stronghold, and it's gone from doing just 10 damage per attack to now having my towers do 20. That's a significant improvement, ladies and gents, and it means that when we get our 2% modifier on top of our castle,
we have life insurance.
Good. But what if I told you this is nothing? I'm basically doing no damage. 25 damage per attack, that's useless. And my enemies, oh, well, they grow. And would you look at this? All of my forces have been decimated. Welcome back. I've been going through this build all to get to this point. Unfortunately, the enemy did manage to reach my castle on the last year, and I have lost one of my 3 lives. As I said, this game is challenging. One year, you're a confident king behind your walls. The next year, your head's on a spike. Now, in order to keep my beautiful head on my shoulders, I've collected 3 relics over the course of this game, and they are going to let us do something very special indeed. Towerdom lets our castle produce towers twice as fast, engineering doubles the damage from all towers, and finally Feast, which doubles the health of all of our units. They have helped shape our build into something more specialized and powerful. But there's a slight problem, for you see, if I were to quit to the main menu and just simply save my progress and leave, and then if I were to continue the very same run, something magical happens. For you see, this trebuchet is now offering 94 damage per shot, but that's a little bit weird because that's twice the damage it's meant to be. It's almost like engineering has happened a second time. Well, let's remember that it's at 94, and then we'll just leave to the main menu, click continue,
and then
run,
it doubled
and
again.
then when we load back in, surely it will have fixed itself, and oh no, it's at 189. And it's not just affecting the trebuchet, it's affecting everything. Our mangler's now doing 400 damage a hit, our scout tower's doing 300. Well, I'm sure the towerdom won't be increased as well. If that was the case, well, that would mean our stronghold could build towers at about 4 times faster than it's meant to, and that sounds very dangerous to the balance of the game. We're just gonna play the game on normal speed and see what happens as a new army spawns in, and oh, would you look at that, there's more towers spawning in. Oh look, they just keep on
clipping into each other,
spawning in a lovely line. Oh, that's quite interesting, game. I wonder what that means. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my domain, where I am the dastardly god of this universe, and I yearn for one thing, and that is the pain and suffering of my enemies. So yes, of course, the next wave comes in, but unfortunately for them, they don't really stand much of a chance. I mean, after all, my trebuchet is now throwing boulders that are significantly more powerful than they should be. I'm going to then place down yet another trebuchet for good measure. As you can see, this is just a basic trebuchet. It's nothing fancy, only 30 damage. So, you know, it's okay, but it's not exactly going to one-hit all the enemies. It's okay, because I can get yet another one. And oh my, would you look at this? I get the option of choosing a royal decree. Oh my, is that bunker? Increase the attack speed of your towers by 50%. Well, you know what? I'm sure it's okay, as it's now increased our scout tower to attacking almost every second. And that doesn't seem too overpowered. However, of course, if I were to leave to the main menu and then just start and continue the same run that I'm doing, a magical thing will happen. Oh dear, it's now every 1.4 seconds.
Yep.
And our damage has increased as well. Oh,
of
and
course.
This paladin over here, it's now up to 148 health. As you can see, this exploit has turned us into an unstoppable force. Enemies that previously might have stood a chance are instead evaporated within a nanosecond of the battle starting. This is truly a perfectly balanced manipulation of game design. But as the game has told me, this is the final wave. The boss is now coming. Unfortunately for the boss, I am British, and so that means what I'm going to do is spend the next few minutes of my finite life repeatedly leaving the game and then reloading into it, because that's going to allow me to ever so slightly... So I clicked the wrong button. Oh my god, I just clicked the wrong button. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, my entire run has just been deleted by the game. Please brace for technical difficulties.
Okay. And then he's gonna restart the whole thing.
Right, hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I've been up to my naughtiness again, and I have created something rather devious. Yes, I've got an even better build. So once again, every time I reload the game, all of my towers gain 50% attack speed. My main stronghold can build towers twice as fast, well as every time I reload, the damage of all of my towers doubles, and all of my units gain double health. Now, that's pretty incredible, because it allows me to do some pretty silly things. For example, I now have this flame tower. This bad boy attacks for 16,000 damage, and it attacks 300 times per second.
16,000
That's pretty good.
and then
over
over
here
second.
we have what is quite possibly a truly magnificent combination. This is a defender. It's a tank unit that doesn't attack, but it instead reflects all damage that it takes. It currently has a health of 262,000. However, I decided to place them next to boars. These are units that can be mounted by adjacent troops, and for each health point that the boar has, it increases the rider's stat by 1%, meaning because I've cheesed these boars, they are going to give a increase of 61% to all of the defender's stats. That is incredibly good. So yes, here we are on the precipice of a final fight. As you can imagine, it's going to be quite interesting. So let's go see what the final boss has in store for us. Oh my goodness, look at him. He's the god of greed. Let's see how long he lasts. It's over. It's already over. Yeah. We did it. Our kingdom has thrived. We're going to continue playing. Now, bear in mind, this is the experimental endless mode. This is where the fun truly begins. The wave starts, and my lovely stronghold here spawns in around about...
Is he just gonna keep doing this until it just crashes the game?
40 towers. Said towers can dispense 30 damage 525 times per second. So yes, here we are on wave 35. The enemies arrive, my lovely trebuchets unleash their payloads, and we win the fight. Truly balanced. But let's actually do a quick calculation here. I mean, after all, I only have myself 5 trebuchets. How many rocks can they actually throw per second? So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rocks. Okay, so I've run the numbers, and currently every single second of the battle, we are throwing 1,120 rocks. Now, if we were to take a very conservative estimate of the size of rock a trebuchet can throw at 200 kilograms per rock, that means for each second the battle is active, we are unleashing 224,000 kilograms of rock onto the planet. That is an absurd amount of rocks, and the more and more we pull off this exploit, we risk creating a situation whereby the mere existence of my trebuchets is enough to alter the orbital structure of the planet we're on. Anyway, the madness must continue because I'm still playing the game. Here comes the next wave, 448 enemies, and bam, they just evaporate into nothingness. Anyway, here we go, year 48. I have got a nice snazzy new upgrade that doubles the movement speed of my units. So this means that yes, when we do get to eventually fight the enemy, our forces move into battle just that little bit swifter, and isn't that great? And even though there is no visible stat for how fast our forces can move, it's going to become quite noticeable. So yes, once again, we back on out to the menu, load on in, and now our units should be moving 4 times as fast as they logically should. So let's see if we can even visualize that at the start of this next battle. So yep, the game begins, and oh yeah, there they go. They just basically teleport behind the enemy.
They just teleport,
here we go. We get something that you Balatro veterans will probably recognize. It's an E number. This is 3.8 E plus 7. And for those of you who didn't study advanced mathematics, this is a big number. A number so big it would be frustrating to write it all out, and it would take up far too much of the screen. So the developers just simply abbreviate it into this. The higher the E plus.
Oh yeah, we gotta reset capture. Alright, give Alright, we should be good now.
Plus we get, the more stupid quantity of damage we've actually done. So yes, I once again back out to the main menu, load into the next wave, and we're ready for, ooh, it's nature. Look at this, they've got some piggies of their own. Unfortunately, they all die. Oh, yep, there goes the frames. Jeez, my goodness. Yeah, the game really is starting to chug now with the amount of things we have on screen. But that's fine. As I said, my goal is to truly break the game. And when it crashes, only then will I be satisfied. So once again, I've reloaded. All of my towers will do even more damage. All of my units will have even more health. And yeah, there was a noise in the background there that probably meant something. We're starting to get a nice bit of progress now. We've unlocked E plus 8 on our spire here. Now, if that isn't a sign of number going up, I don't know what is. Oh, and here we go. It's now time for another royal decree. We've got quite a few options here. Of course, if we picked up levelworks again, our units would be moving faster than the speed of light, and I don't really think that's a good idea. Instead, we're going to grab gambling. Gambling allows us to get 2 cards instead of 1 at the end of every wave, which is great if there's something that you actually want to use, and bad if, like me, it's all just terrible. But hey, we can throw it down the well. Sure, that'll be fine. Anyway, it's on to year 60. We've got a big army in front of us. It's got over 500 troops, and yet they lasted less than 500 milliseconds. What a shame. Now look, there are cards that are meant to also help you scale with the game. Take the forest here. Quite simply, every year it adds plus 2% HP to all units, and I mean, hey, that's pretty good. So for this single forest building to match the effects of the feast, you would need 50 years worth of progress, and in order for me to get the feast again, I don't have to wait for the next Royal Council. No, I can just exit the game. You simply can't stop me, video game. I have transcended your limitations. I have become your god, and I want only one thing. I want this world to burn. Okay, year 64 is here. The enemies line up outside. We fire all of our shots. I really feel like the trebuchets are causing a unique problem here because they generate a noise that sounds like the gargling screams of the damned. And on wave 66, the King of Greed is leading his final assault. We've got a boss fight. Ladies and gents, we have our next boss fight. Isn't this exciting? So here we go. Our mega boss fight is here, and we'll see how he does. He's got lots of golden arms again. He's got a huge army in front of him. And here comes the rocks. And he's still alive. There's a lot of 99999 pluses and no frames at all. And that's it.
No, he's already dead. Yep.
So yes, that is one game absolutely destroyed with the simple tactic of leaving to the main menu. I could continue playing, but each round sees us lose more and more frames, so let's change games quickly before my PC sets on fire. I wanted to see if this tactic would work in another game that I picked up. This is Tower Dominion, a roguelike tower defense game where
Another
you not
one?
only place towers, you also build the map. It might not seem special, but this game is incredible. I've already collected every single achievement in this game because it's about as addictive as a nice cup of Yorkshire tea. It was made by just 3 people in Unity after their previous indie game almost left them bankrupt. You might see this as an incredible story of indie game success. All I see is a game that's been made in the Unity engine, so that means some of my favorite engine exploits should work here. So instead of reloading the game to buff my own towers, I want to show off my strategy of taking our 9 Kings exploit and flipping it. What if reloading the game debuffed the enemy? So welcome to the game, ladies and gentlemen. If you've ever played Balloons TD, then you'll probably recognize this game's mechanics. Different types of enemies will march towards us, and if they reach us, they will do damage. Similar to Balloons TD, there are different types of enemies. Some enemies are mostly invisible and can only be detected by specialist towers. Other enemies have shields that need to be destroyed. And of course, you can eventually get enemies that, when defeated, split down into smaller enemies. Now, I'm somewhat of a pro gamer, so for me, this game isn't exactly difficult. All I technically have to do is to survive up until the final wave of 25. For each wave that goes by, the enemies get more numerous and they get more dangerous. Their health stats also increase, meaning that these regular little plebby boys who we can currently one-hit will eventually become rather challenging to defeat. Luckily, my various towers are doing a splendid job of mopping up the enemy. In order for the Save Scum exploit to work in this game, you will need to be in endless mode, so I will be back when we get past level 25.
He's gonna do
Okay,
save
so we've now
scumming,
reached the point where it's the final wave. That's right, the big boss wave is coming for us. It is a ridiculous amount of tiny tier 1 foes who will have a nice big boost to their HP. Yes, potentially this is a difficult final fight, however, it's actually going to be completely fine. I built this brand new tank factory that's going to pump out these lovely units, and so that means that even though the enemies have evolved and gotten significantly more dangerous and dastardly, it's not going to be enough to stop me. So with this stage of the game being complete, we can now move into the exploit stage. Yes, that's right, all the fun gets to begin with endless mode. In endless mode, things are, well, endless. I know, who could have guessed it? In this state, the waves of enemies will continuously increase and get significantly more dangerous, always increasing in health until eventually there is nothing we can do to stop them. Fun fact, ladies and gents, there is currently a bug in the game whereby if you play on a faster speed, some of the damage you actually do is lost. This is because the game...
That reminds me of Mega Man, the Mega Man games on the NES. If you use a turbo button, you'll actually do less damage than if you played it normally. For some reason. If you use like a turbo button to like rapid fire attack, like a lot of your hits will just not register.
Game just can't keep up with the actual pace of what's happening. However, there is something we can do to mitigate this. For you see, as the waves go on, the enemies will continue to get slightly further and further in our maze. So yes, on that wave, none of them managed to make it past this lovely little electronic gate of mine. However, on this wave, yep, they managed to burst right on through. The amount of enemies coming hasn't particularly increased, it's just that they've all gotten significantly healthier. So this basically makes our defeat absolutely inevitable. There is nothing we can do to stop it. Eventually, the enemies will just achieve something stupid like 1,000 billion health, and that's it, game over. But it doesn't have to be this way, for you see, like most video games, a lot of data is stored on the client side, and a lot of that data isn't saved correctly. The exploits between this game and the first aren't exactly duplicates. This time, we're not buffing our own units, we're instead debuffing the enemy. As I mentioned, the enemy's health does increase with each wave that you're on in endless mode, but it does that exclusively on the client side. It doesn't save this data with the save file, meaning by backing out to the main menu and having everything saved, the one thing that isn't saved is the percentage increase in enemy health and damage. So that means that when we load back on in like so and I press play, the next wave of enemies arrive, and even though there are more of them, they're not going to make it past this gate. So yes, once again, here the enemies come, they make it nicely up to the gate, and whilst a few of them did manage to make it past the gate, they only managed to reach this point here, rather than this point over here. And so yes, even though we get onto the next wave with significantly more enemies doing significantly more damage, we're still going to actually be completely fine. Look at that, they don't even make it past the gate. All it requires is absolutely cheesing the AI by just backing out to the main menu. Okay, it's wave 42, which now means we've got the Omega Mucos. The guy has somewhere between 35,000 and 42,000 health, which is ridiculous. However, of course, we can very comfortably get around that by simply leaving to the main menu and continuing the run. Yes, there we go. Let's crank back down that health pool so we don't have to worry about it. Is it exploitative? Yes. Do I care? No. Oh look, here's the big boss. Geez, they have a lot of health to deal with. Luckily for me, it's a-okay, as I have a copious amount of tanks now slowly waddling their way towards the enemy. Oh dear, what's the matter, little bosses? Thought you could actually survive till the end of the run? No, I don't think so. Say hello to tanks. Yes, there's quite a lot of them, and each time you collide with one, you lose a large amount of HP. Good luck trying to break through. And so yes, another wave, another set of enemies, this time with a large amount of invisible boys. Of course, it doesn't matter to me, for the tanks are here and the tanks will destroy all. My goodness, nice try from the enemy, but they can't even make it. So you know what that means? Even more tanks. Yeah, the game just keeps giving me even more tank factories to build, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. Is my tactic a well-balanced strategy? No, not at all. It's a terrible one, but I'm having a good time. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. From this point on, we can continue as long as we like, because the enemies don't actually get more difficult. Their health pool simply can't keep up with the challenges that I keep throwing their way. So yes, despite my best efforts of trying not to ruin this game for myself, I've of course managed it. I just can't stop myself from ruining my own video games. Anyway, on to the next. Hold on! You didn't think I could be satisfied with only one puny little exploit? No, of course not. And that's why after playing a little bit more of the game, I unintentionally discovered yet another way to break this game.
So you found another exploit.
And I can't wait to show you this one. Now, for the sake of being pretentious, we won't be using the previous exploit in this section. After all, this is going to be powerful enough on its own. Welcome to the game I'm currently playing. We have reached the endless mode, but that's kind of a challenge. I mean, after all, endless mode is very difficult. Enemies start hitting harder. It's all very dangerous. Well, the main reason we managed to get here is thanks to the Slovak howitzer. This is a massive artillery cannon that we can see covers all of this range. It attacks for 182 damage, which is very nice, but the first upgrade you can actually buy for it says that for every 5 seconds it will increase the damage by 25% and the range by 1. How interesting indeed. We can actually see this by starting the next wave. So the wave comes in and the damage is still at 182, but after a few seconds it's now up to 200. How very exciting. There's just one issue. I'm going to now pause the game, but in the background the game
Oh, so it's boring if you leave it in the pause menu and come back later.
You must still realize that for every 5 seconds that passes, that cannon needs to increase its range by 1 and gain an extra 25% damage. If I have pressed escape and the game has paused, has the game really paused? And the answer is of course no.
No.
Things haven't truly paused. Because if I go back in and hover over my cannon, you'll see that it's now doing 369 damage. Hang on a second, that's 1.5 times the damage it's meant to be doing. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is an infinite exploit. As you can see, the gun keeps gaining more range and more damage. There is nothing the game can now do to stop me. Hypothetically, I can sit here and wait for 5 seconds, gain more damage and more range, and eventually this cannon will achieve a damage output so powerful it could blow up the sun. However, that takes time, and thankfully the developers actually included a speed up option. That's right, by clicking this, the game runs 3 times faster. The problem is that 3 times faster also affects our cannon, meaning that even though we're paused, it is now gaining 25% damage at a rate that is 3 times faster than normal. So yes, I can now just leave this be for a while, and then we can come back and see the damage output that has been generated. Right, so it's been over 10 minutes, so now when I return to the game and click on my lovely cannon, I can see it's doing 7,532 damage. Okay, yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
Lot of damage.
It's safe to say this now allows me to infinitely beat the game. After all, a cannon that can fire 2 rounds a second at 7,000 damage each is going to very easily deal with absolutely any enemy the game throws our way. But with this unit in endless mode, we could be here forever. So let's just throw this exploit onto the pile and move on to my next broken game.
Okay.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Void War. I've got myself a fresh cup of tea, and that means we're ready to break a game. Now, Void War is a very special game as it's relatively brand new to Steam, and I'm actually amazed it even managed to get there. This is because Void War is exactly what you would imagine if you combined the game FTL with the universe of Warhammer 40k. Now, the reason why I didn't expect this game to be here is because Games Workshop, the owners of the 40k license, are incredibly infamous for how aggressively they will police their intellectual property rights. So yes, when I saw this game, I knew I had to buy it, and I also knew I needed to download all of the game files, because by the time this video comes out, the lawyers over at Games Workshop will have probably already taken it down. Now, I of course intended to play this game for fun, but along the way I discovered a few problems. Namely, this game is made by quite literally 4 people, and they did a fantastic job. However, this entire game is made in the Game Maker engine, and that means that it can be very, very, very easily exploited. So yes, you can probably already see some of the Warhammer 40k influences. Over here we have an Imperial Enforcer, yep, definitely an original concept. We've got Imperial Citizens who are Psychers, and then, yes, legally definitely not a Space Marine, it's a Death Knight, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, we're going to be flying on the Relic Freighter B. All we need is a good name for our ship, and so it shall be Spiff's Party Barge. Now, I am typing up various names for our crew, which means our commander is called Lycan, we're very mortician called Subscribe, we've got Big Dave the Death Mage, and a necromancer called Tim. One thing I noticed when I was typing out these names and playing the game is that there is a suspiciously large amount of input delay from me pressing a keyboard key and something actually happening in the game. This of course got me thinking that potentially something dubious is happening here. So yes, into the game we go. The God King has fallen, the Empire is in despair, brothers fight against brothers, and ruinous cults sweep through the stars. And deep within the Imperial core worlds there's one final hope, the Vault of Souls, and that's what we're basically heading to. The way this game works is we move from one side of the sector all the way to the end, then we move on to an even bigger map and we go all the way from the left all the way to the right. Along the way we need to pick our paths, visit various shops, and fight various enemies. Now, the main resource mechanic of this game is actually quite fun. It's balancing your reactor. Your ship has various different subsystems, like for example oxygen. This is a very special room that when powered provides the ability to breathe to all of the people on your ship. If we take away the power from it, eventually everyone will suffocate. We are currently equipped with 2 weapons, one that shoots toxic gas and one that just does damage. However, each of these weapons actually requires 1 unit of power, so there we go, we've sunk in all of our power into all of our systems, and we no longer have the ability to power anything else. I can buy upgrades, for example, to improve our shield and give us more defensive abilities, but there's no point in me doing that if I don't have the power in order to use it. So yes, this is the main balancing crutch of the game. And we've made our way to our first enemy. This is a Gorgothian destroyer. It is hostile towards us, and it is a death cult vessel. So the way this works is quite simple. They're going to start attacking us with their corruption beam here that creates gas. However, we can ever so slightly cheese this with the fact that most of my crew are necromancers. Tim the Necromancer can summon ghouls, Lycan can spawn zombies, and so can Subscribe. So if we simply let them all cast off their abilities, our little minions get summoned into the world, and they're going to do a good amount of damage. There you go, look at my lovely little rot spawn. They're so simple, and yet they're glorious at fighting. So yes, we've basically flooded the enemy ship with a copious amount of undead forces, and as a result they've all died in combat, giving us scrap metal to upgrade our ship with. Oh, and we accidentally blew up the ship after the fact, which has sent all of my lovely zombie minions spinning off into space. Look, their sacrifice was absolutely necessary. It entertained me. Oh, is this a civilian colony is ahead? Cannon fire streaks across the void, and you realize the colony is under attack. Let us assist the colony. Oh, there's an evil pirate frigate here. It's full of servitors and a pirate corsair. Now, unfortunately for them, we're going to summon in a lovely large amount of undead beasties to ravage their ship. So there we go. We begin the process of summoning our forces. They're sending in their various men. We're weakening their attack abilities and poisoning them with gas. Then we deploy even more zombies around the ship, break down all of their systems, and all they have left is their pirate leader. Imagine just being a chill pirate. You know, you're out on your day to just raid a peasant colony, and then Lycan the Master Necromancer arrives and summons a horde of zombies onto your ship. There's not exactly much you can do. This was a glorious success though, as we got well over 50 scrap from it, which means I'm getting very close to the point where we can start breaking the game. Now in the shops, of course, we can get various upgrades, like for example weapons that will improve the fighting abilities of our men, new crew that can be recruited, or my personal favorite, Treasonous Whispers. Yes, this is basically another magical spell that allows us to mind control one of the enemy. That's that seems absolutely perfect for what we have going on here. So Huzzah, Lycan can now not only summon the undead, he can also whisper sweet nothings into the enemy's ears. Oh, and here we go, we've got another enemy vessel about to attack us, full of death cultists and ghoulish zombies. So I'm of course going to summon all of my little undead minions into the fray, and I'm even going to hit their commander with some treasonous whispers. Now as we broke into the little treasure room of the ship, we've stolen a brand new weapon, the Hull Ripper 2. It's an incredible weapon that does insane amounts of damage.
Needs 3
However,
power.
it requires free energy in order to power. That is ridiculous. We don't have free energy. We have nowhere near close to that. Luckily for us, we mind controlled the enemy captain, and he's done a great job of blowing up their own ship. So there we go. The enemy leader is dead. The ship is ours. We get an exciting new weapon and a huge amount of scrap metal. This is where the cost-benefit analysis system of the game needs to come into play. I really want the Hull Ripper. It's an incredibly good weapon. It will allow us to go through ships that have a large amount of shields very easily, and it does a very good amount of damage. Of course, at the trade-off that it's very expensive to run. However, as I mentioned, I like to break video games, and so that's exactly what I've done. I've upgraded my weapon system so that now if I decided to, say, turn off life support, I can power the Hull Ripper. Wow. That's not very good though, because we really need things like life support in order to survive. There's just one minor problem. This game is made in Game Maker, and so that means I'm able to think ever so slightly outside of the box in order to break it. So of course we can click on all of these systems to power them up, but there's actually no reason to do that because the game provides us with hotkeys. Q will power up the Putrefactor, W will power up our Radium 1, and E will power up the Hull Ripper if we actually had any energy for it. There's just one slight problem. If we were to press Q, W, and E all at the same time, the game can actually slightly bug out. Allow me to demonstrate like so. We have 3 units of energy remaining, and if I press Q and E at the same time, even though I have only 3 energy, I'm going to be able to power these weapons at the same time, which is quite interesting because I didn't have that 4th energy lying around, and yet the game has just summoned it out of thin air for me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I've done it again. I've broken yet another game. You can't stop me. It is one of the fundamental flaws of this game engine, and it doesn't just stop with the weapon systems. All of the systems in the game can be powered with hotkeys, which means hypothetically we can break them all. Okay, we've got a lovely pirate ship ahead of us. They've got some dangerous enemies like Gene Soldiers and these zombies. I'm going to try and take control of the Gene Soldier and summon in my zombie friends. There we go, we've mind controlled the Gene Soldier. We did take 1 damage because the enemy actually have weapons that are quite dangerous for us, but in return we can send back the favor with the glorious Hull Ripper. And so there we go, the enemy shields are gone and the ship is basically now ours. There we go, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. Glorious success. And it was definitely thanks to our horrifically overpowered Hull Ripper. So if I now upgrade our weapons once more, we get in an even more exciting position. So now if I press QWE all at the same time, I'm able to power all 3 of my weapons, summoning 2 units of power out of thin air that I don't actually have. That's just the power of pressing your keyboard all at the same time. How perfectly balanced indeed. And here we go, yet another very exciting ship. We're of course going to steal their special loot, break into here, and do copious amounts of damage. There we go. Anyway, now that we have the loot, we don't need the ship, so let's send in the Hull Ripper, let's send in all of our weapons. Fire them all! Go, my glorious beasties! And there we go, the ship is annihilated. It really is that easy. Now we can get a Radium 2 blaster? That's significantly better than our Radium 1. Okay, I want it, thank you. Okay, now there is definitely no way we can power all of these weapons at the same time, but if I press E and R, yes, I can power these 2 weapons. Perfect. I just need to upgrade the weapons base some more, and then we can have all 4 of our weapons online at the same time without actually meeting the energy requirements. Alright, now we're going to warp into an abstract wound that allows us to fight some mega dangerous enemies. So we have a Pit Lord on the opposite side now, immune to suffocation. It can summon 2 skeletons to a target room. It's a very dangerous thing indeed. Now we're of course going to simply mind control it because that makes the most sense. So there we go, now he's under our control, and oh yes, I need to power up my weapons, don't I? So I'll press E and R at the same time to get my Hull Ripper and Radium 2 going, and then we send off our first wave of undead who will arrive and try and break up this ship a bit. Oh no, the enemy have summoned in zombies to fight us. Okay, so with the enemy shields down, we can now fire off all of our brand new amazing weapons, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is a glorious total victory. The enemy has been destroyed. Alright, once again another fight, this time against a slightly more dangerous enemy. We'll send in all of our forces, but yes, as the game has gotten slightly more difficult, we have taken some damage. Some of that is down to the fact that I forgot to power my shields, which is definitely a rookie mistake to make. And there we go, the enemy ship is defeated. Lovely and easy. We can now pledge ourselves to the Blood God. You know what, I'm gonna say no. Thank you, Blood God, for the offer, but I believe in the Death God. Now what's great about this merchant is I'm able to buy myself a new Necromancer and a new Mortician all at the same time, so we can summon even more undead. and I can fully repair my ship. And you know what? I'll even summon in a weird priest. Perfect. Yeah, I've spent a stupid amount of money on all of this, but it's good fun. I mean, the way we basically fight is quite simple. My men just stand and rave around for a bit, and then we summon a copious amount of undead zombies onto their ship to distract them, and whilst they're busy dealing with all of that, we steal anything that isn't bolted down on the ship. This then allows me to open fire with all of my lovely weapons, blow up their shields, destroy their weapons from the inside, and then we're in a lovely position where we can no longer lose.
Oh, the last game's Oblivion,
now that's
of course.
How to do combat. So I've upgraded the maximum energy that we can put into the weapon systems, and this means that despite us only having free energy left in the reactor, I can press WER all at the same time, and there you go, free weapons powered using 50% less energy than they actually require. How perfectly balanced. Okay, so we have a brand new system added to our ship. This is the shield charger. It allows us to supercharge our shields for a short period of time, basically improving our defensiveness. The only problem is we definitely don't have the power to actually run it at the moment, but that's okay with me, for I think we can actually fix that. Right, let's attack this Imperial ship first, and then I'll see if I can cheese my subsystem some more. Gosh, these poor little Imperial ships are so screwed. There is just absolutely nothing they can do to stop us. We just rock up, we ruin their day, basically just annihilate all of their crew, destroy all of their systems so they can't even fight
Wait,
back.
did he just I just noticed, did he rebind all his weapons to the same button? To the A key? That's what it looks like.
And yeah, there it is, the easiest victory ever. Now the thing with this exploit is that the only thing holding me back is the amount of fingers that I have. And unlike the Habsburg royal family, I can't genetically add more. Technically though, there could be a way to hit the hotkey for every subsystem at once. So for the sake of science and to show you the pure madness of this exploit, we'll be using this, a keyboard macro. So yes, now all we have to do is configure the hotkeys for each of my ship's weapons and subsystems to make sure that they are all pressed when I hit a single key on my keyboard. So now I've got my little macro recording set up. All I need to do is press Z, and then that should power all of our systems at the same time. So if I press it like so, all of our systems are now powered. The thing is, we're actually powering most of our ship with energy that we don't have. For example, if I now unpower the Hull Ripper that's using 3 full bars of energy, you'll notice none of the energy is added back into my reactor. This is because the game knows that I'm lying about what I'm powering my ship with. It just can't quite prove it. So once again, I can just press Z, all of our systems are now powered, and we're using 5 bars of energy that we haven't paid for. This is the equivalent of running an extension cord from your neighbor's house and using it to power everything. It's fantastic. So there we go, we've made it to the end of the second zone. From here on out, you just move all the way until you reach the Imperial core worlds and defeat a boss. Some of the bosses are relatively easy, some of the bosses are relatively hard. However, all of them are incredibly easy when you can just fill your ship with a bunch of systems that you don't even need to power. This allows you to reach the final fight without ever having to upgrade your reactor, having all of your systems online, being able to tank any shield damage you take, and that makes you completely unstoppable. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is yet another game broken because I just can't stop myself. If you want to get this game, I recommend you do it right now before some lawyer stops you from doing so. Genuinely well done to the developers though. This is an incredibly fun game to play, and I look forward to the future updates. And so here we are, the final mystery game that I just couldn't stop myself from breaking is...
I mean, it's Oblivion, of course.
I know, who could have guessed? I absolutely love Oblivion, and I have been systematically destroying all of this game's systems for the last few weeks. I genuinely can't stop myself. I have found so many exploits in this game, it is ridiculous, and almost all of them are ending up in dedicated Oblivion videos. However, today I wanted to show off just one very small, very funny, very weird exploit that doesn't fit into anything else that I'm making. So, welcome into the world of Oblivion. This is my character today. His name is Boy. He was a test character I created to find bugs in the game. And well, Boy has found something truly magnificent, and he wants to share it all with you. You want to listen to him and trust him? He looks like a trustworthy individual. You'd get into his van late at night if he offered to give you a lift home, wouldn't you? Anyway, so we're going to do a little bit of cheesy exploiting, and the way in which we're going to do it is make our way down to Deep Scorn Hollow. So yes, I've spawned on in, and I'm going to quite simply ride my horsey over this way towards the lovely Deep Scorn Hollow. Yep, this is classical, glorious Oblivion gameplay right here. Just a man on his horse glitching out slowly on the terrain. Anyway, we just have to slightly steer around the gate to Oblivion that's opened up, and huzzah, over here on this island is Deep Scorn Hollow. Now, Deep Scorn Scorn Hollow, it's basically a DLC for the first game that has been added back in by the developers for the remaster. It's basically a nice little hidden underground lair. And provided we throw ourselves down into the water here, we will be able to find the little secret entrance inside. All we have to do is go through this little tree stump here, and huzzah, into the Deep Scorn Hollow we go. Upon arrival, we get this lovely little journal. This journal tells us all we need to learn about the base, and that we can buy upgrades for it from a lovely merchant who stays over at the inn. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We simply fast travel over to the inn, hop on inside, and speak to a very wonderful, definitely not shady individual. Go on, where are you? There you are.
You need something special? Check out my wares.
Nice to see you. He's a bit of a rough and tumble gentleman who blinks with his eyelids underneath his eyeballs, and he sells some pretty useful things, like all of these upgrades for the Deep Scorn Hollow. So that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm just going to buy all of these upgrades.
You bought all the upgrades? Okay. Now
so after you've bought all of the upgrades for the Hollow, you're probably wondering how on earth do I get my money back, because after all this was a very costly endeavor indeed, so I best have a way of making some of my money back, and luckily for you and I, the developers have us covered. Quite simply all we need to do is make our way to the bedroom, yes, where the magic happens, and over here we have ourselves the glorious Greywind's Armory. Or armoire, I don't know, it depends how you pronounce it. Anyway, this is a very special cupboard because, of course, you know, it's a cupboard and it comes with this item, the Raiment of the Crimson Scar. A pretty fancy thing indeed, considering it has a copious amount of enchantments on it. So yes, of course, we're going to be taking it. I mean, it provides such a huge amount of bonuses, why wouldn't you want it? However, there's just one interesting problem with this item, and that is that after a few seconds, the game decides to just spawn in another one in this box. Yep, that's right. There's a second one that I've now just picked up. So I have two of the exact same item in my inventory right now. How very curious. And then I look away and there's another one. Sorry, hang on a second, Todd.
Why does
I
it
now
keep
have 3 of them.
spawning more?
Todd, this is a little bit interesting. Okay, slight predicament here. I now have an infinitely spawning supply of cloves here, and these are very well enchanted items that sell for 9,400 gold. So realistically, I could just sit here and every few seconds I can take one of these out, then just teleport to a merchant and sell it for infinite money. Now there is one slight downside here, and that is that any item I actually place inside of here will be destroyed. For example, I can put in this lovely vintage wine, and there we go. After a few seconds, I will check back inside the cupboard, and it has been destroyed by the game. Yes, there is a line of code in Oblivion somewhere that is endlessly resetting the inventory of this cupboard to make sure it always has this item inside of it. Well done, developers. I'm proud of you. So yes, there we go.
Nice.
I think I have proved that I genuinely can't be stopped. I just love breaking games. It's something that brings me so much joy and happiness and satisfaction. Even when I don't want to, I will always find a way to take a game that you love.
Alright, so we're done with that one. He just keeps breaking that one. Okay, so now what do we got left? We got leftover Snorlax in that one. And then we would have covered everything. Right, leftover Snorlax. Let's see this one. Or maybe not today, that one's too long. What else do I need to get done? Let's see. But yeah. Right, so it's like we have this event now, which is just submit whatever random excess materials you have. Right, and then we get the things in here. So that's something we need to worry about now. Is there anything else? Right, because I don't really think so. Right, like there's like nothing else. And I got all my stuff in there. I already hit the support point cap a while ago. Earlier when we were doing the other reacts. Because I was just spam killing the same thing over and over again. So I don't need to think about that either. Because I already capped on that. So I guess we're done here. Right, I guess we're done with that. Oh yeah, there's the new NTE trailer. You go to your thing and you just, like, you can just vote for a thing. It depends on how many players in your crew vote. You need at least 5 people to vote for something in the crew. To get a character to appear. If you don't have enough votes, nothing will happen. So you would need at least 5 people for like 2 simulacras. And then like you need 5 more people for each additional to vote for like another one to come in. And it's just gone and like it'll just put in based on who got the most votes. But yeah. What is this thing here? Keep in mind, Ananta will have a customization mechanic where you can change characters' clothes. Uh-huh. But we haven't seen any gameplay of that stuff. Infinity Nikki mentioned, damn. Alright then. But yeah, where is that video? Let me see if I can pull it up. It was on PlayStation Japan. They have a TGS trailer. It's a short 1.5-minute trailer. Alright, here we go. It's a short one.
おはよう。新しい依頼はないっすか？コリンスファミリーはいつでもスタンバイ OK。おっさい。何時だと思ってんの？
Okay.
このミント先輩が見学に連れてってあげよう。夜のヘテロシティは昼とだいぶ違うんだよ。
Right, more gameplay footage.
ST79 はベテランのドライバーじゃないと乗りこなせないぞ。
うん、任せて。新店舗オープン記念。爽やかな新テイストはいかがですか？
Right.
ここ
That one. The band one. Yup.
お前何もんや。さっさとうせな。
勝手なことしてくれて。
Some combat gameplay there.
君のその能力をコードゼロの収容コードに生かしてほしい。この契約は君にとって足かせではあるが転機でもある。
Okay.
いい天気ね。ココちゃんこっち。
And then food. Okay.
暑い。生き返った。一仕事するか。
Oh, it's just an ad to show that they're at TGS. Okay, cool. And that was posted on the PlayStation Japan YouTube channel. I mean, not exactly anything new, but they posted a trailer. Right, there was nothing new shown off in there. But yeah. Anything else new or interesting to look at? I don't really think so. Right, I don't really think so. Right. Because these ones are a bit too long, these other ones. I think I'll do them at another time. Maybe tomorrow or something. Yeah, because you already saw the other stuff here. I just forgot to mark these. So we're good on that front. But yeah. Oh yeah, speaking of other things, I have been playing a bit more of the, I think I showed it before, right? I have been playing a bit more of the Chinese Anime waifu Risk of Rain clone. Let me show you some stuff from it. I got my thing upgraded to like level 50 or whatever now. I have been playing a bit of it. It's like this thing. Because they added talent trees and stuff. So I have been getting some upgrades here. So I have been playing a bit more of this. Right, it's this thing. I think it spawns things a bit differently now because they got upgrades. Or maybe not. All I know is this thing is still like regularly getting updates. Cause like I regularly see like my freaking Steam client is just like flagging it because they got updates or whatever. Like every other day or so. Though most of them are like bug fixes and stuff. Because this is like an early access game. But yeah. Oh, that's cool. I get this skill now. I can just put like a force field every once in a while. They dropped the skill for me to use. Nothing in there. What do I got here? That gives me movement speed. Gives me more barrier if I kill things. Oh. I can get like a super jump. But I can only get one or the other of those items. Oh yeah, that is a big jump. What else is around here? Oh, we got two of these. Oh, they have like, what's this? Like a jetpack. So they can drop stuff now. Exit portals over here. I want to see if there's other stuff in here though. That's a crazy high jump. Let's see. I can throw more grenades now. Wait, I think I saw something there. Let's see, any other chests? Nothing there. How about here? Nothing in there. Is there anything over here? There's a talent material in a chest. Another chest. This is the Endless Alice. It's a Risk of Rain clone. There's a multiplayer mode, but like I have no one to play it with. It's early access. Alright, let's go up over here. Is there anything in this area? Don't think so. But yeah. It's another roguelike game. Okay. Yeah, we did. We saw that yet. Was that yesterday we saw it? Or... No, we saw that earlier. in the stream when we were doing Snowbreak. We saw that under the Snowbreak section. Technically, I shouldn't be under the ToF category. You know, here, let's see if there's anything for that category here. No, they don't have it. Only the costume appeared, and we got English voices. So English dub is coming back, maybe. Potentially. Which is cool. I finally won't have to read the thing anymore if that's the case. Yeah, major copium there, but we'll see. Alright, let's see. Landmine throws additional projectiles. Yeah, why not? I'll take that. Alright, on to the next stage. That's a cool effect though, like, when you look at it, it's like... thing, but it's just like, it's flat, but then it has this really cool 3D effect. Live stream in 5 hours for... is it for Snowbreak? Or what? In 5 hours though, that's way too early. No, we'll just go to the next stage. Okay, I got this map. Okay, the cost went up. We need to kill a bunch of mobs. Oh, I need more to get something from the chest. Movement speed out of combat is increased. I can hit them with my ass now. Alright, let's see. I don't even get that high, what the hell? Okay, that's an interesting combo. That I could use to get up like that. Anything here? Nothing there. Alright, nothing there. Oh, there's a chest here. But honestly, I think I'll just look at the Snowbreak live stream tomorrow. That way we can have like content to fill time for the quota. I'll just look at the VOD tomorrow or something. I think I'll just do that. Instead of like stay for like 5 hours. Because it'll at least give me time for to fill the quota with. Something to fill it with. Alright, let's see. Interesting. What else do we have here? Oh, there's this thing here. Oh, I can jump really high now. The cooldown is really short too, what the hell? That's actually kind of crazy. Look at that. Oh wait, I wonder if I can get the thing cooldown reduced even further. And if I can just like pseudo fly by jumping forever. Wait. Look at this. Look, this is super silly. Wait, I can just like stay in the air? I don't know. I don't know about that. 5 years. Alright, let's see this. Launch Laughing Cat. Missile continue to lock onto enemy afterwards. Ooh. I want that. Alright, we got... Okay, that's crazy. So now it turns into missiles. So that one puts bombs. If I got this, I can fire the missiles. Okay. No, it's just an item for a thing. Okay. Destroy one item owned. Increase stack of Alright, we got that one down. The boss is like over there. But what else is on this map? Okay, I wanna get the thing there. Alright, these guys have shields. Wow, that thing just launched me up. What else is here? Because I don't want to fight the boss just yet. Because who knows what I could find here. This feels so crazy. I can just moon jump around. Because of that upgrade. Wait. It spawned another chest? Alright, what else can we find? Wait, there's another green chest? Okay. Oh, now they explode on death, but I kill these guys. Nice. Wait, can I get to that area over there? I think I can. Alright, we go down over here. Ooh, talent items. Alright, what's over here? Nothing there. How about on this side? Oh. Talent item. +5, increased lock-on range. Alright, we'll take that. What else is here? Nothing in there. Alright, let's go fight the boss. Alright, let's see. It creates a black hole when I do that. Oh, that's handy. I can now create black holes. Alright, let's see the next stage. Nah, I don't want any of those. I want to keep my coins. Alright, what do we got here? Alright, any other crazy drops around here? Nothing there. Okay. Yeah, because this looks like the boundary of the map. Ooh, I want those. Oh cool, now it shows me everything on the map. Wait, where's the item here? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's where the boss is. Okay. I know where the boss is. I can come back there anyway, anytime. Another time bomb. Alright, let's grab that. I don't want icebreaker. Well, I don't know, same as everywhere else. But like, that's old news now, man. For a while, everything was just like closed and shit. It's same as like everywhere else, man. Alright, what other items can I get? discount card. Yeah, I think I got all the chests I wanted. So let's go fight the boss. Okay, this is just like some cheese strat. I just avoided the thing by being completely in the air. Alright, let's see. Carrot landmine now throws 2 additional projectiles. Sure. Or wait. Plus 15 cat missiles, lock on limit. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright. Next stage. Alright. Ooh, now I have 300 points. Well, it's almost 4 AM here now. We'll just keep going until the run kicks me out. Okay, we got this map now. The amount of bombs I'm firing is crazy. Oh, I'm automatically firing missiles too now. Alright, let's see. 4 small electric cannons dealing lightning damage, sure. We got some neural toxins. What else is around here? You don't need the herbal medicine. Hi, Super Jake. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's see what else is here. That's just recycled steel. Portals over there. But what else is here? Oh, talent material here. Alright. Okay, let's see. What was at the other spot? Because the boss here is where the exit is. So what was the other thing? It's over here. Alright, boss time. Alright, let's see ya. What do I want here? For every 4 red heart verdict missiles fired, a random laughing cart missile is shot. Fire an additional missile every 0.25 seconds. And then when I just switch weapons, it'll just randomly drop a bomb. Oh damn, when that gets upgraded, it gets crazy. Because then every time I move, I'll just drop more bombs. Oh shit, my movement speed is crazy when I'm out of combat. Alright, let's see the next room. Alright, let's see. Large teacup. Oh yeah, that's the self-healing. 50% increased laughing cat missile trigger rate. Do we even have any of those items? Yeah, no. I like the leg exoskeleton. Alright, let's see what else is around here. Alright. Okay, it's not there. It's here. Curse chest. Alright, what else is around here? There's an item nearby. Oh wait, no, it's down below. Gain 4 awakening points. Alright, let's see. Where was the exit now? Alright, let's see. Launching cat missile, continue to lock on targets after. Continue for 3 seconds. Okay. Okay, so I can do that thing now. Alright, next stage. Alright, we got some big damage there. What do we have in the next one? Okay. Alright, let's see. How about this one? And when I crit, I get a higher attack speed. I wonder how much it stacks for. Alright, let's see. Bigger rabbit explosion, but then... What else is here? I got another jump count. Oh, it's here. Alright, what does it say on the TV here? Been waiting years for someone to log back in. Okay. Alright, boss time. Alright, let's see. Plus 2 shots. And that gives it more height for the jump there. I'll take the extra shots. Alright, next one. What do we got in the next room? Oh, there's target dummies there. Alright, what else is around here? Alright, let's see. After switching, you can choose to drink sugar or enlarging mend. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Like this. Alright. It should be fixed now. Okay. Cool. It should be fixed now. Alright, let's see. Any more objects here to grab? I'm like looking at something else. How would I be able to see it? Alright, let's see. What else is here? Yeah, but I also have other shit I'm looking at too. There's chat and other stuff. It's hard to like keep track of everything. Right, where's the portal? Oh, here. Alright, let's see. Rabbit hole. Creates a black hole, pulling nearby enemies, 50% increased area of effect. Critical strike chance when using Radish machine gun. Increased attack when using attack speed with the cannon. I'll just take that one. Oh, that was just an item down there. Alright, next one. Oh, is that the end of it? Oh, combining items does that. I see. What's an end the endless? What does that do? Oh, I guess I can end the run here and get all my stuff. What upgrades do I get? To do now? Alright, I can start with those items. Confirm upgrade. So I have all of these upgrades now. Reduce points needed for awakening by 1. Damn. That gives rerolls. You're immune to damage while reviving others. Okay. And I can get hero talents here. Alright, so I can get reduced. Thing there. Yeah, I can get these upgrades. I guess each character has like their own like separate upgrades that you can get for them. Depending on what they do, I guess. But yeah, I guess I can get more awakening points at that point then. Cool. Oh, you have to clear on insane difficulty or higher to get the other thing. bad is insane difficulty? I just want to see. Nothing there. Oh, there's an awakening point here. Nothing I want there. Oh, we can get our first talent here. What do I want here? I guess I can get the lock-on range boost. Or, no, I'll take the weighted backpack. Because eventually, long term, that could help. What else is here? Alright, I need 2 more talents to get something. There's nothing there. How about over here? Anything here? Nothing there. Alright, let's go to the boss. Oh wait, no, there's a thing here. Alright, let's see. After eating fried toast, enjoyed a cup of tea. Let's see. Ignore 50% armor. Let's see. Rabbit grenade creates a black hole. And then... what's this one? Cool. I need like another weighted backpack though. Upgrade so then I can just keep dropping those bombs. Oh, I get like a lot more of the point things now. Oh, there's a talent. Now I'm just randomly dropping bombs as I move. Alright, it's free damage. Let's see what else is around here. Oh, there's a talent item. Oh, that's just a shortcut to get up there. Oh well, I died. Whatever. Eventually I'll clear it on the harder difficulty and unlock the skin. I guess they don't all have, like, their available upgrades unlocked or whatever. They're still, like, working on it for all these characters. Okay. That said, though, I think I'll just end it here for the night anyways. We've been live for, like, what, 5.5 hours or something? Almost. Yeah. We'll just end it here. As usual, though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time, then. You guys have a good day or night or whatever, and I'm just gonna go get some sleep. I'll see you guys. See ya.